On social media, the Watts family seemed perfect. Facebook showed images and videos of a handsome husband, his pretty wife, and their two adorable young daughters. They were a seemingly wholesome family that looked like they came straight out of a catalog, clad in color-coordinated outfits with beaming smiles. No one in the small, close-knit Colorado town who knew them could have ever imagined, in their worst nightmares, the tragic fate that lay ahead. Soon, this picture-perfect family would be ripped to shreds. Shanann Watts, pregnant with Chris's third child, and her two daughters, 4-year-old Bella and 3-year-old Celeste, would go missing and ultimately be found brutally murdered. It was a case that shocked America with its tragedy, and more than that, its evil. And what seemed to be a case of a missing mom took a very dark turn right from the start. Chris Watts gave a chilling news interview when his pregnant wife and two daughters first disappeared. He stood on his front porch, stone-faced and timid, asking for the return of his missing family. And I have to tell you, when I sat and watched that for the first time, something seemed immediately off with Chris's demeanor. It wasn't just that he didn't plead for people to find them. I just didn't feel like he had the right tone, the right demeanor, the right countenance of a devastated man who was desperate to find his wife and his little girls. I soon discovered that's because he wasn't desperate at all. He wasn't desperate because he already knew where they were. Police soon discovered that patriarch Chris Watts was the one who made his family disappear. He was the one who violently ended the lives of his innocent pregnant wife and their two daughters. It's a case that 1 year later continues to mystify and stun the nation. How and why did a father murder his own family, ending their lives with his bare hands? What drove him? A man who on the outside seemed pleasant, normal, to commit such a monstrous act. Not since Scott Peterson, who was convicted of killing his pregnant wife Lacey, has a case struck such a chord with the American people. The saying goes, the devil will come as everything you ever wish for. When Shanann Watts first met her future husband Chris, she told friends she felt like she had met her Prince Charming. But the man who once swept Shanann off her feet would be the same man who would end her life and the lives of her children, twisting Shanann's fairy tale into one of the darkest nightmares of our generation. In this episode, we'll dive into this story from the beginning, starting with the disappearance of Shanann and her daughters. But this isn't a typical mystery. This isn't a case of who did it. We already know who did it. This is a case of why they did it. Why did this all-American husband and father, a guy who seemed like your average nice guy, do the unthinkable? This wasn't someone that just snapped one day and did something on impulse. No. This was much more evil. When a crime like this occurs, people always ask me, Dr. Phil, who does this kind of thing? And when they ask me, it is not a rhetorical question. I know that because they then pause with a quizzical look on their face, waiting for an answer. They want the answer because they want to know how to spot these kind of people. They want to know what to look for. They want to know how they could have missed this. Is there someone in their life that they're missing? In the coming episodes, we'll analyze what was really going on in the Watts marriage, and more importantly, in Chris's demented and twisted mind. We'll go deep inside the mind of a murderer whose victims were his own flesh and blood, and what he did to those children as they looked him in his eyes and called him Daddy is unthinkable. The man that was supposed to protect them, cherish them, keep them safe, What circumstances, what personality traits turned Chris from a seemingly normal Colorado father into one of the most infamous killers we're likely to hear about in our lifetime? The harsh truth was that Chris was anything but a nice guy. Hiding behind the good-looking face was a secret life and secret thoughts, and the two combined created a slow, steady burn that would lead Chris to murder. This is The Devil Beside Me, the Chris Watts story. Husband, father, killer. Shanann and Chris Watts lived in Frederick, Colorado, the kind of town where most everyone is on a first-name basis, and the most exciting thing that usually happens is a county fair. It's a town tucked away in the beautiful Colorado mountains, the perfect place to raise a family. It's a safe place where not much happens, or so everyone thought. People who knew Shanann gravitated towards her. She was bubbly, pretty brunette who loved sharing updates about her life on social media. Facebook was where her love story would begin with her future husband, Chris Watts. With one simple friend request from a handsome stranger, Shanann's life would be forever changed. Shanann's fate would be sealed. Shanann had struggled for years with lupus, and the crippling disease had kept her from living her life to the fullest. So when Chris Watts, a good-looking guy, requested Shanann's friendship on Facebook, she was intrigued. And when that friend request led to an amazing date and a whirlwind romance, she was thrilled. She even said in one of her Facebook videos that Chris was the best thing that had ever happened to her. He just checked off all the boxes. He was handsome, tall, sweet. He was soft-spoken. He had a good job. He was a field coordinator at a local oil company. On paper, it was easy to see why Shanann was so drawn to Chris. And of course, Chris was taken with Shanann's beauty and zest for life. I mean, this seemed like a match made in heaven, and the pair quickly fell in love. Friends and family say the two complemented each other perfectly. As the saying goes, opposites attract. Shanann could light up a room with her smile and upbeat energy. Meanwhile, Chris, well, he was more reserved, content to let Shanann take the spotlight. In the numerous Facebook videos Shanann posted, she animatedly talked to her followers, wanting to share almost every detail of her life, from her beauty regimen to her daily outings. Her videos show Chris playing with her little girls, Shanann and Chris on their way to vacation, the simple goings-on of what seemed like a happy suburban family living in a small western town. Shanann always seemed so happy online, a woman content with her life and eager to share it. Chris's cameos on her social media showed a nice husband, but one who seemed, well, more comfortable being behind the scenes than center stage. He's kind, but, well, really a little standoffish. And yet, by all accounts, this truly was a good fit. Shanann's mother and father, Frank and Sandra, were impressed with the young man who seemed so in love with their daughter. Shanann's mother even once remarked that Chris must have been sent to Shanann from heaven above. After 2 years of courtship, Chris and Shanann were married. People who knew them say that in the early stages of their relationship, Chris doted on Shanann. He wanted to make her happy. The couple would go on to have 2 beautiful children, Bella and Celeste. Then Shanann got pregnant with their 3rd child, the boy they had always wanted. Yes, Shanann and Chris seemed to have it all. They were the perfect couple. They had perfect children. They had the perfect suburban house. But we now know it was a facade that was about to come crashing down. Because on August 13th, 2018, just over 1 year ago, Shanann was 15 weeks pregnant with a boy the couple planned on naming Nico. Shanann had returned to the family home late the night before, exhausted from a business trip. August 13th. Truly, the 13th was unlucky, because this was the day that everything would change. While it was a day that started much like any other in this Denver suburb, there were immediately clues that something was amiss with Shanann Watts. She was offline, unavailable. She didn't call or text anyone, and she was unresponsive to numerous calls and messages. It was completely out of character. This was a woman who interacted with her friends and family every single day. She lived her life on social media. Her marketing job depended on it. When she didn't hear from Shanann that morning, her good friend and co-worker Nicole knew almost immediately something had to be very wrong. This just was not like her friend. After some time had passed and Nicole still received no word from Shanann, she decided she was going to go check on her in person. On the drive over, Nicole tried to convince herself that she was just imagining things. She had just been with Shanann. They went on a work trip to Arizona together. They had flown home to Colorado together only just the night before. I mean, what could happen in that short of a period of time? Shanann was pregnant after all. It wasn't like she would go off on a lark. She was probably just catching up on some much-needed sleep, or maybe she was feeling under the weather. Still, they spoke every day, and not hearing from her just did not make sense. It was out of pattern. And while she tried to make it okay in her mind, something in her heart was troubled. She just knew instinctively this was not right. The Watts house looked just as it always did as Nicole pulled up. It was a multi-level brown house, identical to the other cookie-cutter houses that lined the friendly neighborhood street. The house that was usually filled with the sound of little girls' excited voices was quiet. The lights were off. Nicole rapped at the door. No answer. Well, it's okay, she thought. I'll use the key code Shanann gave me to get in. After punching in the code, Nicole discovered the latch was on. The house was locked from the inside. She felt a pit in her stomach. Nicole decided to call Chris to see if he knew anything about his wife's whereabouts. According to her, Chris was nonchalant. He seemed unconcerned. She's on a play date, he told Nicole. But to Nicole, this immediately did not add up. Shanann's car was in the garage and the house was locked from the inside. Not only that, Shanann would never have taken her little girls anywhere without their car seats. Yet when she peered into the garage, there they were, strapped inside the back seat of Shanann's car. Now, Chris might not have seemed to be worried, but Nicole says she knew in her bones something was wrong. She decided to take matters into her own hands and play detective. She knew Shanann had an appointment with her OBGYN. They had just talked about it. She knew Shanann was excited about getting to hear her baby's heartbeat. There was no way she was going to miss that appointment. Nicole went back to her car and drove directly to the doctor's office where Shanann was supposed to have had her appointment. But she was a no-show. Now Nicole knew without a doubt in the world something terrible had happened to her friend. I mean, think about it. Everything is out of whack. Everything's out of pattern. Radio silence on the phone, radio silence on social media where Shanann lived. She enters the code. The house is locked from the inside. Play date? Then why is her car in the garage? Why are the children's car seats still there? Important doctor's appointment? No show? Come on. Nicole felt enough was enough. Even though Chris seemed unbothered, she knew Shanann was in trouble. At 1:40 p.m. on the afternoon of August 13th, 2018, Nicole said enough is enough and too much is too much. She picked up the phone and called police.
My name's Nicole, and I'm calling because I'm concerned about a friend of mine. She won't answer the door. She won't answer phone calls. She won't answer text messages. I mean, there's no movement in the house whatsoever.
While Shanann's friends were growing increasingly worried, Chris, he was just still at work. He called Shanann's other friend, Cassie, to get an update. Cassie was frantic with worry and fear. She told Chris Nicole had called the police and told Chris to go home immediately. But still, he didn't seem concerned. His pregnant wife and children have suddenly vanished into thin air. Didn't seem to bother him. Now look, when people go into shock, they behave in very unusual ways, but there is that transition from normal functioning to shock. There is a watershed event, something where you can say they were one way before and a different way after. That did not happen here. He was the same way before and the same way after he got this information. There was no watershed event. There was no shocking event that put him into an altered state of consciousness. Now, we know now, today, he was not in shock, but you certainly can't explain it away, and you couldn't at the time. And when I saw all of this happening, when I read about this, when I looked at the media coverage in the beginning, I'm thinking, this doesn't add up at all, because he wasn't the least bit concerned. If somebody calls me and says, hey, I can't get a hold of your wife, she is way out of pattern, house is locked, car's there, car seats are there, she's gone, kids are gone, I'm going to at least pick up the phone and call and say, hey, what's up? Everything okay? Where are you? Didn't happen. There was no shock here. And that's the problem with a sociopath. That's a problem with a psychopathic personality. They don't even know how to mimic empathy. They don't know how others would react in a similar situation, so they don't even know how to mimic it. They don't have that feeling. Remember I said he didn't like the spotlight? He seemed a little standoffish. He didn't know how to engage. And when he gets in a situation where a reasonable person in the same or similar circumstances would behave A, B, and C, he doesn't know how to mimic that because he doesn't feel A, B, and C. He can't even fake it till he makes it. But her friends sure know how. Like Nicole, Cassie was frustrated with Chris's reaction. She claims she told him off on the phone. Just told him off. What's wrong with you? Chris did all he knew how to do. Hey, nothing's wrong. Shanann's friends were blowing things out of proportion. He just said, come on, calm down. He didn't want the police involved. He told Cassie as much in a text message. Too late. A cop was already on his way to the Watts residence. Officer Scott Coonrod arrived at the Watts house to meet Nicole. Like Nicole had done hours earlier, Officer Coonrod peered inside. The lights were out and there was no sign of Shanann, no sign of her daughters Bella or Celeste, and no sign of Chris Watts. Now, remember, the police had been called at 1:40. Chris had already been notified. Before that, she had reached out, and he had just said play date. So by now, he has known for hours that she's gone off the radar, and still no reaction whatsoever. None. After the officer had finished searching the back porch and perimeter of the home for signs of the family, Chris finally pulls up in his gray truck. He gets out, seems completely at ease. He was athletic, dressed in jeans and a long-sleeve t-shirt, sunglasses perched on top of his head. I mean, he's just Joe Cool, typical work outfit. Seemed like he didn't have a care in the world. Now, if any man I know received a phone call from a police officer concerned about the well-being of his pregnant wife and children, and this is the fourth or fifth call he's gotten that day, you would think he would rush home as soon as possible and come into that driveway in a four-wheel slide. But not Chris. His voice was monotone, he was casual. It seemed obvious to observers that Chris just was not that concerned. Even with a police officer standing in his home with his family now missing for hours, he just seemed unfazed. Again, he doesn't even know how to mimic concern. He is that cold-blooded. He told the officer Shanann had told him that morning before he left for work that she had planned on taking the girls on a play date at a friend's house. Then he said she never responded to his text. Together, Chris, Officer Coonrod, and Shanann's friend Nicole began searching the Watts home. Immediately, It seemed like life had been put on pause inside the Watts residence. Only the family's barking dog cut through the house's eerie silence. During the search, Chris exhibited more curious behavior. He didn't call out to his family to see if there was some small chance they were somewhere inside. He didn't seem eager to offer up clues to police. Instead of making frantic phone calls to family and friends, Chris casually texted on his cell phone. His behavior was suspicious right off the bat. Even as the police officer questioned Chris, body cam footage showed Chris answering the officer's questions, then promptly returning his attention to his phone.
How long have you guys been married? So, been together 8 years, married 6 this year. Yeah. And this is very unusual behavior.
What's this door right here go to? Locked. Do you have a key for it?
Get here and just play with that. Yeah.
So you normally keep it locked?
Yeah, because they would go in there, they'd be in soap. Like last time we had Vaseline everywhere. You know, so that was not fun.
So does she normally make the beds, the kids' beds?
No.
Did you tell your mother-in-law that she went to a friend's today?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What friend?
So she went to a friend's house, so that's all I knew.
Who was she supposed to go to?
That's all she told me. She said she's going to a friend's house to take the kids.
When did she tell you that?
This morning when we talked about 4 or 5 o'clock.
I'm going to try to run some things down using her phone and then see if we can't find somebody. If nobody has heard anything at all, then we'll probably pull the trigger a little bit quicker. Go that route. So.
Now, at one point, Chris even admitted he was separated from Shanann, but said the separation was civil, nervously laughing afterwards. He had a lot of what are called tells, micro-expressions, things that when they occur in clusters indicate bald-faced lying, like smiling, rocking back and forth, which is an attempt to self-soothe. It was obvious Chris was hiding things from the police. Now, from my years of interviews and experience with everyone from suspects and those who have been found guilty, there are things people do subconsciously that give away that they're lying. I've got to tell you, Chris was the poster boy for these giveaways. I've been doing this a long time, and you see certain characteristics and traits in people. First off, he's laughing. He's saying, yeah, I don't know. He's giving vague answers. He's deflecting. He says the separation is civil, but then he's kind of laughing afterwards. That's called duping delight. I'm going to dupe you. I'm going to tell you something, and I'm taking such pleasure in it, I just can't hide my glee. He never refers to his family in any personal or intimate way. He doesn't use their names. It's called distancing. He uses pronouns like they and those kids. He wants to be impersonal and distance himself from them. He only says their names one time. He says Shanann and he says Bella once. And when he says Bella, he talks about her in the past tense like she's already dead. When you look at him, he's in a closed body position. His arms are closed. They're closed across his body, folded up to protect himself, to put up a barrier. As I said, he's rocking back and forth, and there is an absence of emotion, an absence of concern. Everything about him is inappropriate. When he was asked about the play date, he says, she's at a friend's. What friend? I don't know. Just at a friend's house. I don't know. Everything is vague. You add this to the fact that 95% of the time, it's the spouse. And in this particular case, you've got the spouse exhibiting very deceptive behaviors. Bells are going off with me as I'm watching all of this. And as the house search continues, there are telltale signs that things were askew. Shanann was a perfectionist. The house was usually very tidy. I mean, it's just her personality. Today, all the beds are rumpled and unmade. Sheets were missing from the master bedroom. One sheet was found in the garbage. Now, think about that. This is a woman that's buttoned up. She takes great pride in having everything in order. But on this day, the beds are rumpled and unmade, and there's a sheet in the garbage. You have to start asking yourself why. On the other hand, the most foreboding clues for Officer Coonrod and Nicole was finding Shanann's cell phone, purse, and wedding ring inside the house. What woman would leave the house and leave those things behind? None that I know of. Even Chris told the officer that Shanann's cell phone was her lifeline. She used it to work from home and was never without it. Had Chris' entire family been abducted? Could Shanann have snapped and taken off with the children? I mean, he said they were separated, said it was civil, but would she take the children and leave the marital home, or would she expect him to get out and leave her and the children where they were safe and secure? It just didn't make any sense. Shanann didn't have enemies, and she would not have left the house with everything she needed if she would have left it at all. And from everything that is known about her and her mothering, she would not have uprooted those children and said, well, we're just going on the road. Without our car, without our car seats, without our phone, without our purse, without our money, we're just going to go on the road. Was she going to hitchhike? Immediately, Frederick police officers sprang into action. They soon found that the Watts neighbor, Nate, well, Nate had a security camera installed right on the front of his house. And the security footage on it would be the first of many dominoes to fall. And when they started to fall, they would fall right on top of Chris Watts. Chris was with officers and his neighbor when they watched the video surveillance. As Chris stood in front of the television, an officer's body cam captured his reaction. The security camera footage showed Shanann's car pulling into her garage a little before 2 a.m. in the early morning hours of August 13th. A few hours later, pre-dawn, Chris is shown backing his truck into the driveway up to the garage and driving off into the night. You can't see if he puts anything in the back of the truck, but it was suspicious that he backed into the garage so that if he put something inside, it was out of view. There was no footage of Shanann and the girls ever leaving the house that morning. The only person shown leaving the Watts home alive the morning of August 13th, yeah, you guessed it, Chris Watts himself. And then we see Chris Watts' truck leaving the house. Was he in it alone, or was somebody in it with him? Well, Chris's story was beginning to unravel, and he knew it. When he was watching that video, and you look at the body cam on the police officer, it's almost as though that was the moment that this malignant narcissist knew, uh-oh, this is coming unglued. He's standing there, he's got his hands over his head in the most forlorn, oh my God, posture you can imagine. And he just turns around and walks away.
517. We park out there on the side and get everything back in. It's easier to load everything out there, all the tools that I had to bring in.
That footage showed him reacting to this revelation in real time. He was sweaty, shifty, putting his hands behind his head, trying to make up excuses as to why he would be loading his truck up at such an early hour. Both Chris's neighbor, Nate, and the police officer noticed the shift in Chris's demeanor. He had been caught red-handed. They discussed it with each other after Chris left the room.
No.
Was never thinking you never got the back as far as she left. He never brings his stuff in and out of the garage.
Right.
The watch just in and get out. And walk back and forth a couple times. We completely honest with you. My wife and I were kind of wondering when she was on vacation if something happened, because I've heard them full out screaming at each other at the top of their lungs, and he gets crazy.
Really? That's pretty recently?
Yeah. Well, that's why she went and visited people, because she wanted to get away from the situation.
At this point in the investigation, you have a guy who doesn't seem the least bit frantic. He's not crying, he's not yelling, he's not outraged at the fact that his family is nowhere to be found. Doesn't that seem incongruent with the circumstances? I mean, think about it. At this point, now maybe earlier he can just maybe say, I'm dumber than a box of rocks. I just haven't figured out that they're missing. But by now, friends are there, police are there. He supposedly called, text, whatever. By now, he's figured out they're missing. At this point, there is no reason that he would be anything other than concerned, anything other than panicked. He may be separated from his wife, and you could make the argument, hey, he's withdrawn his emotion from her. But not those two little girls. When Chris stepped out of the room, Nate, the neighbor, told police about Chris. He just said straight up, he's not acting right. He then went on to tell the police more about how the Watts marriage was less than rosy. He often heard Chris and Shanann arguing, sometimes screaming at the top of their lungs. Shanann had gone away for most of the summer to stay with her parents in North Carolina, which the Watts neighbor also thought was strange. It's now August 14th. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation and the FBI joined the Fredericks police force in an effort to locate Shanann. The case was now picked up by the national media, and the public was swept up by the mystery and the family's apple pie good looks. Theories spread like wildfire as the nation began to learn about the Watts family. A beautiful pregnant woman and her innocent children missing without a trace. Into thin air. A husband left to pick up the pieces, hopeful for their return. Or so he would have you believe. The media couldn't help but compare Chris to Scott Peterson. And later you're going to hear some comparisons that are more than chilling. The two cases had a ton of similarities. Like Scott, Chris was a good-looking young guy in his early 30s. He didn't act how people would expect a grieving and worried husband and father to act. What would cause most men to go into full protective mode on a mission to save their family barely even triggered Scott or Chris. The only time they seemed moved was when they got caught in their own web of lies, when puzzle pieces in their stories didn't add up. And again, you look at the profile of the psychopath or sociopath or antisocial personality, whatever label you want to put on it, given your place on the historical evolution of this personality type. The only time they do have emotion, the only time they do have remorse, is remorse at getting caught. Not remorse about what they did, just remorse at getting caught. Why? Well, because that's inconvenient. They don't like to get caught because it disrupts their plan. They're narcissists. It's all about them. How dare you inconvenience me by catching me in a lie? How dare you arrest me? How dare you put me in jail? That makes me sad. I don't like that. I have no feeling about the crime I committed. I just don't like you inconveniencing me with these charges, with this trial, with this incarceration. I'm sorry I got caught. Now, against his mother-in-law's advice, Chris did decide to speak to the media, and it was this interview that sparked a firestorm of debate in the media and made Chris an overnight household name. In the court of public opinion, that interview was pretty damning. I am the media, and I can tell you it was pretty damning. because when I looked at that, it was game over. Denver reporters interviewed Chris on his front porch. His pregnant wife and children had been missing for an entire day, and Chris stood on the porch with his arms folded stiffly across his chest, his good-looking face an almost blank slate. Again, as I said, this was his chance to show America that he was a husband out of his mind with worry, a husband who would do absolutely anything to get his wife and little girls back safe and sound. This was his chance. This is when you look at the camera, you look right down the pipe, right down the lens, and you hope the abductor is listening and looking, and you have a chance to speak to them, appeal to their compassion. And here's how he used that time.
If she's vanished, I want her back so bad. I want those kids back so bad. I just want people to know that I want my family back. I want them safe, and I want them here. This house is not the same. Last night was traumatic. Last night was, I can't really stay in this house again, with nobody here. And last night I wanted that knock on the door. I wanted to see this kid just run in, just barrel rush me and just give me a hug and knock me on the ground. But that didn't happen.
Well, that interview was the beginning of the end for Chris Watts. Already a suspect for police, it did not take a rocket scientist to think Chris's interview was bizarre. For starters, his awkward, stiff pose made him seem really closed off. He swayed slightly back and forth. Look, when people cross their arms, it's usually in an effort to protect themselves from others in social situations or to keep others at a distance, especially if they have a secret to keep. There's what we call closed body position. There's what we call open body position. It's the difference between vulnerable and being closed off. And if you're really appealing to the human side of a kidnapper or an abductor, or wanting to inspire and motivate the public, you want to connect with them emotionally. You want them to feel what you're feeling, because if they stand in your shoes, they are moved to try and help you. People bond heart to heart, not head to head. So when you have that chance, when you look down the pipe, when you look right into that lens, and you speak to people from the heart, you want a connection. So they'll get up off their couch, they'll go search the woods, they'll call the tip line. If it's the abductor, they'll say, bad idea here. We need to just drop them off at a rest area somewhere and stop this before it gets any worse. Those are your hopes, those are your dreams. Chris had no tears. The man who everyone assumed must be in a living, breathing hell did not shed one tear. His voice never wavered, it didn't crack, it never seemed to convey any genuine emotion, no real plea for help. It was like he had practiced what he wanted to say, and he was just going through the motions. Let's check the boxes here. I'm expected to say, hey, she's missing, help me find her. So, hey, she's missing, help me find her. The interview, though brief, spoke volumes. Not only was Chris devoid of emotion, but he had a lot of slip-ups here. There were times when he referred to Shanann in the past tense, talking about the type of person she was, not is. When Chris talked about his daughter Bella and Celeste, he told personal anecdotes. He talked about the girls' Minnie Mouse couch, the shows they liked to watch, how he had missed telling them to eat their dinner so they could get dessert, how he yearned to tuck them in again and turn on their rain sound machines to help them sleep. But through all of this, he never cried. He never really seemed to be in pain at not being able to do that. If he was trying to act the part of a devastated dad, well, he just wasn't doing a very convincing job. It sounded like he was saying the lines, but there was no emotion behind them. Think about a song that you're hearing, but the music isn't right. just didn't go together. He barely even referenced his wife and children by name. It was like, if I don't acknowledge them, if I don't embrace them, and I distance myself from them, then it's easier to hide my guilt. It's like everybody will just kind of forget about it. But if I humanize them, then it's going to energize people to care more, and they're not going to let this go. As though he was hoping this would be a one-day story and people would move on. And 6 months later, they might say, hey, did anybody ever find that woman in Colorado? No. It just didn't work out that way. As the short interview went on, Chris began tripping over his words, stammering, seeming to grow increasingly uncomfortable. The reporter asked Chris if he had gotten into an argument with Shanann. He said, it wasn't an argument. It was an emotional conversation. I'll leave it at that. I just want them back. Them. I just want them back. Chris let out a small laugh after this statement. The whole thing was at best awkward, at worst a giant neon flashing sign that spelled out guilt. It certainly didn't make Chris seem like a man who was completely innocent. It was during that interview that Sandy, Frank, and Shanann's brother Frankie Jr. ultimately told me they began to wonder if the man they knew could be hiding a very dark secret. Was there a time before this that you recognized that Shanann was in danger?
Never. When she was in North Carolina visiting, we noticed he was being real cold. I mean...
But still, never would have thought...
But never, you know, he was too nice of a guy to just do all that damage, you know?
When she went missing, we still didn't think he did that until we saw that interview. It was like, something.
I knew right away because...
Well, you didn't want to.
It was 6:30 in the morning when the pierced pain went through my forehead and I heard Shannon's name. So that's 6:30 North Carolina time, 4:30 in the morning their time. So
who else would be there?
Exactly.
Ultimately, even if Chris had shed the most convincing crocodile tears the world had ever seen, the walls would still have continued to close in on him. Investigators were learning more about Chris and Shanann's marriage and what was really going on behind closed doors, and it was a far different story than what Shanann had shared with her followers on Facebook. Things had been incredibly rocky between the two in the months leading up to her disappearance. When they first got married, everything seemed perfect. Chris was considered a hunk. He was the kind of guy who made women turn their heads. More than that, Shanann loved how kind Chris was. When she had struggled with her lupus flare-ups, he was right by her side. She would fall asleep on Chris, and he would hold her for hours. Now, every marriage has its ups and downs, but everyone who knew Chris and Shanann thought they had it good. It was a marriage to be envious of. Shanann had gushed in multiple photos and videos of how lucky she was to have Chris. As recently as Father's Day in June, she had posted a photo of herself cradling her pregnant belly. The caption beneath the photo, "Chris, we are so incredibly blessed to have you. You do so much every day for us and take such great care of us. You were the reason I was brave enough to agree to number 3. It now seems that was like more of a hope than a reality. The false glimmer of social media was masking the couple's less than shiny reality. In 2015, the couple had been forced to file for bankruptcy. By 2018, with Shanann's marketing job, the couple made about $91,000 a year together, but they were still $70,000 in debt and could barely stay afloat. At the time of her disappearance, their savings account had $9.51. Their joint banking account had less than $1,000. No doubt of stress. And now, with a third child on the way, another mouth to feed, another tether to Shanann for Chris. Was it the financial problems? The bickering about money? Fighting on how to stretch it day after day? Were these the things that caused the tension between them? Whatever it was, the marriage took a turn for the worse that summer, and Shanann and the girls did in fact spend a lot of time in North Carolina. Chris was supposed to come stay with them, but he decided to stay in Colorado. He didn't seem to miss her at all. He wasn't sending sweet texts and giving her compliments. She shared her concerns with her friends, but it didn't really help, and she knew something was off. She told her friends she planned to confront Chris about it. She told him, "You got to make an effort here." Told him that he needed to meet her halfway. When Chris said he was sorry, Shanann continued via text. Sometimes absence makes the heart grow fonder, and Shanann really hoped that after being apart for the summer, that maybe when they got back together, that things would be rekindled. But she told friends it didn't happen that way. She met him at the airport, and he was acting incredibly cold and rejected her advances when she tried to be intimate. His coldness was sudden, and it was really weighing heavily on her. Investigators discovered a wealth of evidence pointing to Shanann and Chris's problems through those text messages she had sent to trusted friends. At this point, there was no question. The flame had gone out. This was a marriage in trouble. Right before she vanished, it came time for Shanann's work trip to Arizona, and it seemed like it was coming at a good time. Maybe another chance for the couple to get some space after a tense summer. It just seemed like the man Shanann had met had become a total stranger. In a last attempt to salvage her marriage and get through to Chris, Shanann wrote Chris an emotional love letter. The opening read, "My dearest Chris, I don't know where to begin. I am so lost for words. I can't even explain how hard this pain is. The last 5 weeks have been the hardest. I missed everything about you. I missed your morning breath, your touch, your lips, kisses. I missed holding you. I miss smelling you in the sheets. I miss talking to you in person. I miss watching you laugh and play with the kids that I love so much about you. I miss seeing you naked and on top of me, making love to me. Oh my God, I missed having you around when I felt alone and upset. I just flat out missed the hell out of you. We haven't been away from each other that long since 2012. She truly was trying to inspire him to re-engage. But the reality was Chris didn't want to fix his marriage. He didn't want to fix his life with Shanann. And the investigators were seeing this. With mounting suspicions surrounding Chris, the walls were closing in. He agreed to a lie detector test.
Do you know where Shanann is now?
No.
Did you physically cause Shanann's disappearance?
No.
Are you lying about the last time you saw Shanann?
No.
Do we want to talk to you about the results, okay?
Okay.
So, it is completely clear that you were not honest during the testing, and I think you already know that. You did not pass the polygraph test.
Okay.
Why would somebody who knows they're guilty agree to a test? Because when you're the only one telling your story, it goes a whole lot better. And when you're narcissistic, you are arrogant enough to believe that you can persuade just about anybody of just about anything. And he had convinced himself that he was so righteous, that he was so smooth, so suave, that he could pull it off. That's how narcissistic and self-absorbed he was. But of course, as I said, your story goes a lot better when you're the only one telling it. And when people start doing an interview and then asking the hard questions, it's real hard to control the involuntary responses of your body. And he failed a polygraph. And what's more, the police knew about a steamy secret affair. They were ready and waiting to confront Chris. Only then did Chris finally admit to what he did. He asked for his father to enter the room, and he confessed Shanann and his children would never be found alive because he had killed them. On August 16th, 2 days after Shanann and her 2 daughters had first been reported missing, a drone flew over Chris Watts' oil site. From the air, the drone showed what appeared to be freshly disturbed earth. Shanann Watts was found buried, her decomposing body curled up and shoved into the ground. In nearby oil tanks, the bodies of 4-year-old Bella and her little sister, 3-year-old Celeste, were discovered. Shanann had been strangled, her daughters suffocated. These were brutal murders, committed without mercy. The kind of murder where the killer can see the life slowly slipping away. Police might have learned Chris was the killer, but this story was far from over. Why had Chris done this? What else was he hiding? What would he say was his motive? What was the actual timeline of these murders? Every news station covered this unthinkable crime. It was a story that would continue to evolve and change based on Chris's lies and half-truth. A familicide so brutal the nation just couldn't wrap their heads around it. Just when we thought we knew how horrific this could possibly get, another fact would emerge. When I heard this grandmother tell me that they couldn't get an airline to agree to fly those 2 little girls' bodies back to North Carolina because they were so oil-soaked that there was a risk of them spontaneously combusting and bursting into flames, it just took my breath away. And I thought, this can't get any more horrific. I was wrong. On the next episode, we will play Chris's chilling admission for you. He led police to the bodies, but was he still lying about what really happened? And was his mistress the motive for this crime? He claimed something else entirely had triggered him, and in a shocking twist, he blamed Shanann for the deaths. We'll explore Chris's affair. Who was his mistress? What exactly did she know about the crime? We'll hear what she had to say, and I'll tell you how it paralleled the Scott Peterson case. That's all next on The Devil Beside Me, the Chris Watts story. August 15th, 2018. For nearly 3 days, pregnant Shanann Watts and her 2 little girls, Bella and Celeste, have been missing from their small-town Colorado home. The case has already captured nationwide attention. Not only has a beautiful wife and her children vanished into thin air, but the good-looking patriarch of the family, Chris Watts, well, he just isn't acting the way you would think a distraught husband and father would under the circumstances. Up to this point, all police had to go on was a feeling that this father wasn't frantic, wasn't crying. He just didn't seem worried. You have to allow for individual differences when people are in crisis, but there is certainly a range of human behavior, a range of human emotion that you expect when someone's family, their loved ones, those that they should be heavily invested in, are in danger or are missing. And he just didn't seem to be anywhere on the continuum of what one would expect, even allowing for individual differences. We talked last episode about how both police and the media almost immediately turned their focus towards Chris, and it's easy to see why. Between his suspicious actions leading up to and following his family's disappearance, as well as his seemingly cold behavior, Chris fit all the criteria for a prime suspect. Add to that the fact that when you look at statistics in this kind of case, over 90% of the time, it turns out to be the spouse. So there is a huge pile of mounting evidence that's causing police and media to take a long and hard look at Chris Watts. But now, Chris had agreed to take a polygraph test for police. He did. And really, to no one's surprise, he had failed. It seemed like the moment of truth was about to come. Police were finally closing in on Chris. He was in the interrogation room. He had failed a lie detector test. There was no more running away. There was nowhere to run. Investigators were on the edge of their seats, ready to pounce. They knew the man across from them knew more than he was saying about the disappearance of his family. And they wanted to hear it. They wanted to know what happened, and they wanted to know it now. Because there was that small hope, that sliver of optimism, that maybe, just maybe, against all odds, they were still alive. Chris Watts, who on the outside seemed like the perfect husband and father, was about to be exposed as anything but. You're listening to The Devil Beside Me, the Chris Watts story. Husband, father, killer. The plot was about to thicken. Police knew they were teetering on the edge of something big. They wanted a confession, and they knew they were close to getting one. But first, Chris would reveal something so damning that it 100% confirmed to investigators that they were on the right track. What was it? You guessed it. A secret mistress was waiting in the wings, and Chris had been promising and planning to start a new life with her. Now, I'm not much on coincidence to begin with, but even if I was, when I was following this story, this was way outside the bounds of anyone that tended to believe in coincidence. But this affair, could this be the nail in his coffin? Was this motive? Did Chris's new love cause him to want to get rid of his old one and do so at any cost? Was he narcissistic enough to believe that if he just wiped the slate clean, he could start fresh? No complications of divorce, no child support, no problems. If he could just get rid of everybody, he could just start over fresh. Chris told police he had met another woman at work who he admitted had, quote, taken his breath away. So now Chris has not only failed a polygraph test that directly asked him if he was physically involved in Shanann's disappearance and if he knew her current whereabouts. He also handed police a giant clue on a silver platter that he had been carrying on an extramarital affair. So why did Chris offer this information up? Well, some speculated it was because he knew it would only be a matter of time before his affair came to light, so he thought, hey, I'm better off to bring this up on my own. Or maybe he was trying to buy himself some time. I mean, after all, he had just failed a polygraph about his missing wife and daughters. Maybe he was trying to divert attention away from the more important matter, the whereabouts of his family, and get them to look at the salacious detail of an extramarital affair. Think about it. When O.J. went on trial, what did the prosecution open up with? Did they open up with hard and fast facts about the murder? No. They opened up with circumstantial evidence about the fact that he wasn't a good husband. They sacrificed primacy with the jury because, you see, the prosecution gets to go first. Now think about when you were a kid and you and your siblings were playing and somebody knocked over a lamp. What came to your mind first? get to Mama before anybody else, because the first one to tell the story was writing on a blank slate. If you got to Mama before they did and got to tell your story before they did, you had a much better chance of being believed and getting out of trouble. And when you look at what happened in the O.J. case, if they had had hard and fast evidence about his murderous behavior, they would have talked about that, but they didn't. They talked about the fact that he wasn't a good husband. So maybe without realizing what he was doing, Chris was saying, look, if I can get them talking about the fact that I'm not a good husband, if I can get them talking about the fact that I'm having an affair, if I can get them talking about that, that will give me time to do a better job of covering my tracks. Maybe he wanted to move the bodies. Maybe he wanted to do something to create more of a maze, because he was narcissistic enough to believe that his story, what he had been telling himself, was going to sell better than it actually did. Because you've heard me say your story goes a whole lot better when you're the only one telling it. But when people start asking questions, even a narcissist figures out pretty quick, yeah, this isn't going over quite like it was when I was telling it to myself in the car. So maybe he was buying time. Investigators didn't go for the deflection. They tried to guide Chris back to their main priority, locating Shanann and the girls and locating them right now. But despite them putting the pressure on him for answers, Chris still maintained that they were at the house when he left and that he had no clue what could have happened to them. Police knew that the only way Shanann and her girls could have left that house on August 13th was in Chris's car. No one had been seen leaving the house that day except for Chris. And we know that because it was captured on a neighbor's surveillance camera that just overshot their property and just caught the driveway, the garage, the traffic pattern of the cars at the Watts residence. Eventually, after hours of questioning that seemed to go nowhere, Chris asked to speak to his father, Ronnie. Now, let's think about that and put it in context for a minute. As I said, Chris naively, narcissistically, and immaturely seemed to believe if he could just wipe the slate clean, nobody would ask any questions. Just 1 week they would be there, next week he would move somebody else in, and everybody would just go, oh, well, okay. That's how a narcissist thinks. They look at it from their point of view and their point of view only. That's how immature and emotionally underdeveloped Chris Watts was. So it was no surprise when a grown man says, I want to speak to my daddy. Just like a kid getting in trouble. I want my mommy. But here it wasn't I want my mommy, it was I want my daddy. The wheels were coming off, and they were coming off fast, and he was immature, and his coping mechanisms were cratering fast. And he said, I want my daddy. He said he was ready to share his story, but he wanted daddy there, because daddy would make everything okay. They were more than happy to oblige. His dad entered the room, and every word was captured on video surveillance in the police squad room where there is no expectation of privacy. This would be Chris Watts' first confession, but it would be far from his last. The story Chris told, he admitted he had killed his pregnant wife Shanann, but he claimed he only did it in a fit of passion because he was enraged when he discovered that she had murdered their daughters. Let's just take a listen to what Chris initially confessed to his father. Listen carefully to how he tries to walk a careful line of saying, yes, I killed her, but it was the moral high ground. This was a moral high ground act. So really, I was doing an understandable thing. Listen to how he tries to keep 1 foot on the dock and 1 foot in the boat.
She hurt him? Yeah. Probably because stomach, or choking.
I didn't hear anything. And then when I was downstairs, I came back up and they were gone. I freaked out. I didn't see anything on there. Those are my kids.
So she, it's not that one time, you were leaving the place and going to work. She freaked out over the separation and everything.
She laid back down, but that's when I went downstairs, but I heard like a little commotion upstairs, but I didn't think anything of it.
And then you went back upstairs and she was...
I could see, like, she was on top.
What, choking her or... Did she kill her?
They were blue.
Both of them?
Yes.
She choked both of them to death.
I freaked out in the champagne. I don't want to say it though.
No,
I couldn't like call the cops about it.
So when did they haul the bodies off or something?
I mean, I didn't know what else to do. I freaked out. I didn't know nothing else to do. I didn't know what to do.
So she killed both CC and Bell, choked them to death. You lost it and choke her or...
That's just rage.
Even this confession with all the window dressing was a stunning account. Why would a pregnant woman just choke the life out of her own 2 children? Everyone who knew Shanann said she was a wonderful mother who doted on her little girls and could not wait for the birth of their first son. Why in God's name would she strangle them just out of the blue? Nobody could figure that out, and you want to know why? Because you cannot make sense out of nonsense. According to Chris, he claimed that shortly after Shanann had returned home from her business trip, he fought with her about their marriage and ultimately told Shanann he wanted a divorce, then stormed downstairs. When Chris returned upstairs, he said he saw his daughter Bella blue in the face on their bed, dead. Then he saw his pregnant wife Shanann brutally strangling their daughter Celeste. Let me talk a little bit about why he would choose this particular fabrication. Remember, this is an immature, malignant narcissist. I'm just giving you my opinion here. This is how I suss this guy out. This is an immature, malignant narcissist. When I use that term, I'm using it in a clinical sense. And I'm not diagnosing him here. I'm using this in a descriptive way. But to give you some insight, the diagnosis is narcissistic personality disorder. And this is considered to be a pervasive pattern of grandiosity. Grandiosity in fantasy or behavior, which means it's hugely embellished. It's on a grand scale. Everything is blown out of proportion. They have a need for admiration, a lack of empathy, meaning an absence of feeling for other people. And there is a grandiose sense of self-importance where they exaggerate their achievements and talents. These people are preoccupied with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, ideal love. These people tend to believe that they're special and unique and can only be understood or should associate with special or high-status people. They just have this need for excessive admiration, and they have this huge sense of entitlement. It's just an unreasonable expectation of especially favorable treatment with automatic compliance with their expectations. Now, what that means is they just have this automatic expectation that when they say something, people are just going to blindly believe them. And they're oblivious to how something is playing in the room. A narcissist might be trying to con everybody in the room. They're oblivious to how many people in the room are rolling their eyes and going, "Oh, brother, are you kidding me?" But this sense of entitlement, they expect people to believe them. They are interpersonally exploitive. They're arrogant and haughty. Now, I tell you all that to tell you this. When he makes up a fantasy about this, he has to be the hero. It can't just be, "She killed the children, isn't that horrible?" No. He's got to be the hero. He's got to be Superman. He's got to come up the stairs and catch her in the act and get revenge, where he will be cheered on, that everybody says, "I totally get that. Any man worth his salt would exact revenge on any woman that dare kill his children." They will applaud him. They will cheer him on. They will say, "Good for you." He constructs this in his mind that he's going to be the hero. It's not just enough to say she did it. He has to put a role in it for himself, where he was the one that brought her to justice. He was the one that balanced the scales. So first, it's just his family's missing and he has nothing to do with it. He's just innocent. He wants them back. That's not enough, because he takes the polygraph exam and he really actually thinks he can con himself through it. But of course he fails. He had the expectation that he could because he lives in a fantasy world. But now when the walls are closing in and it's apparent that he knows more than he said, he has to construct this hero role for himself, where he's the one that's coming in as the arbiter of justice. I said that he lacked empathy. Can you imagine what it did to her parents for the entire world to hear this man say that their daughter murdered her children? Can you imagine what that did to those people? I'm talking about Sandy and Frank. Now, I've sat down with those people and talked to them in an exclusive interview. First time they talked about this, I saw the pain in their eyes. And anyone would know that there would be pain if somebody exacted those kind of allegations. But if you don't have empathy, you don't even think about that. Not only had this man murdered their daughter, but now he murders her reputation. He had blamed her and accused her of the unthinkable, a horrible act that they knew, Sandy and Frank knew, she would never do. This case may have turned into tabloid fodder with headlines about a monster husband, but we have to remember these are real families whose lives were destroyed. When I sat down with Shanann's family, one of the most moving moments was when her mother recounted the moment she says she actually physically felt her daughter pass in the most spiritual yet physical way.
Dr. Phil, I felt my daughter's spirit go through my forehead the moment she died. And I woke up, and when I was just, something woke me up, and I sat at the foot of, sat up, and a spear went through my forehead, and I heard the Holy Spirit say, "Shanann." And I said, "Holy shit, something happened to my daughter." I knew. I swear to God, I knew. Mm-hmm. I woke up Frankie. I woke up the whole house. I said, "Something's wrong with Shanann. I'm telling you, something's wrong." And she's never left my side since she's passed.
Right from the start, investigators weren't buying what Chris was selling, but they hoped that little by little they could continue to chip away at his lies and finally find the truth. While this case was taking on a life of its own, at this point, The Frederick County Police Department's main priority was still to locate Shanann and her daughters, then get to the bottom of what had actually happened to them. During Chris's riveting conversation with his father, he finally divulged where they were. They had been looking for 3 days, and he had known where they were the entire time because he had put them there. Now, we're ultimately going to find out that his truth had versions. And there aren't versions of the truth, there's just the truth. But Chris had versions of the truth. And his current version was that in the early morning hours of August 14th, he loaded the lifeless bodies of his wife and 2 girls into his pickup truck and drove off, just as police had suspected. There was never any scheduled play date for the girls, as Chris had previously stated. When the surveillance video caught Chris's truck pulling out of his garage, the bodies of his wife and children, according to him during this version, were hidden on the floor out of sight. And he reportedly drove them to a work site, an oil field. Chris said he did this because he was, quote, in a panic and didn't know what else to do. Investigators had already been suspicious of the area. The isolated land showed freshly disturbed earth. A bed sheet was also found at the site that matched the sheet and pillowcase that were found in the trash at the Watts family home. Chris was shown an aerial photo of the oil field by investigators, and he identified exactly where he had concealed his wife and children's bodies. I think about the officers at the scene. It had to be chilling. The photos and video footage of the site, well, they're just haunting. Aside from the 2 massive oil holding tanks, there is nothing but dusty earth and weeds. And they just seem to stretch out endlessly. It's a desolate place, and it's a horrifying thought that someone would callously dispose of their family's bodies in this makeshift grave. When we think about it, when you say it real fast, you talk about bodies and graves, it doesn't really do justice to it, because you're talking about a man that buried a woman that he had children with, that he had laid in bed with, that he had held in his arms, that he had had dinner with, talked about sharing their lives together. Little did she know that this man with whom she shared dreams, created children with, would one day murder her and bury her in a shallow grave at a desolate oil site. It's almost impossible to even wrap your head around. And that was her. The 2 little girls, 3-year-old Celeste and 4-year-old Bella, well, he had a special degree of evil for them. He had put their bodies in 2 side-by-side oil tanks. And the little girls' bodies had been submerged in this horrible crude oil for days. It was a horrible fate that no one deserves. Because the children were in oil tanks, the recovery process was dangerous. This required specialists coming in. The retrieval process of the little girls was intense and lengthy. The autopsy showed Bella and Celeste were smothered. Oil was found inside their stomachs from being submerged in the massive tanks. According to the report, Bella showed signs of having fought back and bit her tongue while she was being smothered. Shanann was strangled and had signs of purple, black bruising on her neck, as well as possible abrasions going up the left side of her face. Chris might have tried to pin the murders of Bella and Celeste on Shanann, but the autopsy report didn't necessarily support this story. Physically, it just did not seem likely that Shanann, in her second trimester, would have had the physical means to carry out these murders, let alone the emotional capability. And we do know that she was not constitutionally strong. She was not constitutionally well. What haunts me to this day is what Shanann's mother told me. I think if I live another 100 years, I'll never be able to unhear it. She told me that Bella and Celeste's bodies were so saturated in oil that they could not fly the children's bodies homes to be buried because there was too much danger of them spontaneously igniting and creating an explosion that could bring an airliner down. They said it was just too risky. That's how saturated those poor children's bodies were. Shanann's family also insisted that there was no way that Shanann... Police were about to dig deeper, and they started with Chris's mistress, Nichol Kessinger. Police were eager to hear the pretty brunette's account of what happened between her and Chris, and she delivered. All of the press coverage of the case convinced Nicole that she had no choice but to go to the police, and when she did, she sang like a canary. She either figured out or somebody told her, you better get in front of this, and you better get in front of it right now. Because if they have to come looking for you, if they think you're complicit in this, if they think you're withholding information, if they think you are obstructing justice, you could wind up right beside him. Somebody told her, this is not ride or die, girl. This guy's going down, and you better bail and bail now. In interviews, Nicole came across as sweet and laid back, a Midwestern girl next door type. She's bright, too. She's a geologist and the kind of girl who likes to kick back with a beer while taking in a sports game. She can hang with the guys. She shies away from drama to a guy like Chris, who by others' accounts felt bogged down with family obligations. Maybe Nicole seemed like a fun departure from his reality. According to Nicole, she officially met Chris in June of 2018. She worked at his oil company in the environmental department when one day he strolled into her office to formally introduce himself. Nicole says she was struck by his good looks. He wasn't wearing a wedding ring, so she didn't see the harm in getting to know him. When they began to flirt, she didn't see the harm in that either. In her mind, they were two single, attractive, available people. From the beginning, Chris wanted Nicole, and he seemed to have no problem with telling her outright lies in order to keep her interested and to keep up the charade that he was a real catch and a great guy. Nicole was unable to believe her good luck. There's a handsome guy at work with a winning smile and a sweet personality, and he is actively pursuing her. She says she hesitated because he was, in his words, newly separated. But she liked him enough that she pushed those feelings aside. The mutual attraction between them was clear. The two had a lot in common and, well, they just hit it off, in Nicole's words. They bonded over sports and cars. They laughed together. Nicole hadn't planned on falling for someone at the office, but she found herself very drawn to Chris. Malignant narcissists can be charming. That's how they get away with the part that they do get away with. Con man. We use that term a lot, but we don't remember what it's short for. Confidence man. Con man is short for confidence man. They come in with a lot of confidence. They win your confidence. And once they exude confidence and win your confidence, that's when they pick you like a chicken. Nicole described Chris as an introvert. He was always so soft-spoken and fairly quiet. But that didn't bother Nicole. Chris often told her he felt like he could open up to her in a way that he just couldn't with anyone else. He made her feel special. That she understood him while others didn't, and Nicole appreciated that he was a good listener. Chris seemed to think everything Nicole said was interesting. He cared about her thoughts and her feelings. During their relationship, Nicole told police she never once saw him lose his temper. He seemed to her like he was an even-keeled guy. Sensitive even. He didn't mention he had children at first. When Chris eventually did tell Nicole he was the father of 2 little girls, well, she thought it was sweet. He mentioned Bella and Celeste to Nicole because they were talking about Father's Day plans. Nicole didn't mind that Chris hadn't disclosed he was a father before. They were taking things slow, she said, and while Nicole hoped to eventually meet Bella and Celeste, she figured they had plenty of time. According to Nicole, Chris and his wife Shanann were really both on the same page. They both wanted to split up. They were just figuring out the finances and how to share custody. Until all that was worked out, Nicole claims that she wasn't in any rush to push herself into the girls' lives. Before long, Chris and Nicole were spending a lot of time together outside of work. They went to dinner, bars, and while Nicole maintains that their relationship did not turn physical until early July of that year, still, this was clearly a case of a married man courting a woman, wining her and dining her, all while his pregnant wife remained utterly clueless about what he was up to. Chris used gift cards from his oil company to take Nicole out. He knew better than to leave a paper trail. They would go out, but Chris and Nicole spent most of their private time at her apartment. Shockingly, Chris did bring Nicole to the family home he shared with Shanann and his children on more than one occasion. Clearly, never when his family was home, of course, but it still shows Chris's level of bravado. He was actually bringing in this mistress to his marital home. Nicole told police she didn't feel right about being in Chris's family home. It felt like stepping into a stranger's life, she said. She said she didn't feel like she had a right to be there. She was even helping Chris, or so she thought, look for a potential apartment, places for him to move into. Of course, any time she actually suggested an apartment or a new area of town for Chris to move to, well, he just got busy and never followed up. If you were to look at photos of Chris and Nicole during the affair, you'd probably think you were looking at a happy, carefree couple newly in love. There are photos of them outdoor, giving the camera matching wide smiles, their arms wrapped around each other. In one photo, Chris is kissing Nicole on the cheek while she smiles serenely with her eyes closed. When Chris first wooed his wife Shanann, she told her friends and family that he had made her feel like she had found her Prince Charming. Now it seemed like Chris had worked that same so-called magic on Nicole. Now, this blossoming romance between Nicole and Chris ended, according to Nicole, as soon as she saw him on camera in that now infamous television interview, standing on his front porch and pleading for the safe return of his family. She claimed that in that moment, she knew in her bones that something did not feel right and that Chris, at the very least, knew more about Shanann and the girl's disappearance than he was letting on. As if that interview wasn't alarming enough for her, Nicole says she found out for the very first time from a newspaper article that Shanann was pregnant. She says she was shocked. She thought Chris was in the final stages of divorce proceedings. On June 11th, right around the time Chris and Nicole were embarking on their new romance, Shanann excitedly posted about the news of her pregnancy on her Facebook page, wearing a t-shirt that spelled out, "Oops, we did it again." When Nicole talked to investigators, she admitted that she herself doubted Chris's desire to divorce Shanann. During one visit to Chris's house, Nicole told police she saw a photo of Shanann with Bella and Celeste, and she was struck by how beautiful Shanann was. She said it dawned on her that Chris was a man who had everything: a pretty wife, a great house, and perfect children. And she just had to ponder, why was he so willing to give that up? She inquired about that, but he was adamant that his marriage was beyond hope. He was done. Both of them were. And he now wanted to be with Nicole. She says he never wavered from his statement that his relationship with his wife was purely contractual and that he was no longer in love with her. So why had Chris fallen out of love? Well, she says Chris wasn't exactly eager to talk about Shanann, but he would answer questions about the relationship when she asked. One of his main issues with Shanann, and Nicole told this to the cops, was her out-of-control spending habit. Yes, they had a nice, spacious house, but Chris claimed they were housebroke, and that the lifestyle Shanann was having them lead left them constantly trying to keep their head above water financially, that it wasn't going to be possible to keep up. He said she was bossy, that he wasn't heard by her. In police interviews, Nicole recounts that she felt for Chris because, according to him, he had put the effort in trying to make the relationship better, but Shanann had made up her mind. She just didn't want to try anymore. Now, of course, we know that that was not true. She was desperate to keep her marriage afloat. The thought that Chris was no longer in love with her gnawed at her constantly. But telling Nicole that Shanann had been the one to check out of this marriage made Chris look more sympathetic. And what do we know about Chris? He's got to be the hero. He's got to have the moral high ground. He's got to have the admiration. He's got to be the center of attention. When I'm taking a look at this relationship between Nicole and Chris, it's easy to see that it's built on lies. That's a shoddy foundation. I've said before that when you believe someone's lies, you just power them up. It can be intoxicating for a liar. They're getting away with deceit. That only encourages, enables them to continue to manipulate the person who believes them. I've often talked about baiters. And baiters is a concept that I've put together that stands for backstabbers, abusers, imposters, takers, exploiters, and reckless. When you look at Chris's behavior leading up to the murder of his family, you're looking at the classic baiter. He's doing a constant double shift of conning two women. He's got the pregnant wife at home that he's leading one life with, and he's got the woman on the side who he's telling so many lies it's probably hard for him to even keep track of his mistruths. Baiters have an awful lot in common with narcissists. They're arrogant and entitled. They lack empathy. They just don't have the capacity to feel remorse and guilt. They're irresponsible. They do self-destructive things. They thrive on drama, and they brag about outsmarting people. They'll tell you how they conned the last person they were with, not realizing you're thinking, my God, if they'll do it with me, they'll do it to me. If they'll stand here and brag about conning somebody else, they'll go stand with somebody else bragging about conning me. They tend to have short-term relationships because nothing ever lasts, because they live in a fantasy world that's full of delusions. And when a baiter, narcissist, finds himself between a rock and a hard place, they're always going to default to screw you and hooray for me. It's selfish. It can be extreme. In his case, it's murder. I mentioned it before, you cannot help but draw parallels between Chris Watts and the Scott Peterson case. When Scott Peterson began an affair with a massage therapist named Amber Fry, he told her that his wife Lacey had passed away. In reality, she was very much alive and nearly due to give birth to their first child, a son. Now, Lacey Peterson went missing in 2002. This was back when social media was in its infancy. Facebook wasn't even invented till 2004. You could still theoretically get away with completely fabricating critical details about your life. You could lead a double life like Scott did for a time. You could tell somebody that your partner had completely left you, abandoned you, or even passed away, because there wouldn't be somewhere to go look them up. There wouldn't be pictures around. Now, Chris didn't claim that his wife had passed, but he did lie and tell his mistress that he was getting a divorce in both instances. Scott and Chris, their wives had no idea that the men they said their vows to and laid next to at night were telling their new conquest that their wives were already in the rearview mirror. Eventually, both men had to figure out a way to make the lies they had been telling true. Now, I've been talking about the similarities between Scott Peterson and Chris Watts, and someone else saw those similarities as well, and that someone was Nicole. When Amber Fry, who was involved with Scott Peterson, found out Lacey Peterson was missing and came forward, she became the unlikely hero of that story. Like Amber, Nicole's story was helpful to police. But here's the question. Was she as innocent as she claimed? Or did she too have something to hide? After Chris's family disappeared, Nicole made some very troubling and suspicious moves that had people wondering if there was more than meets the eye to this mistress. Chris Watts makes a second shocking confession from behind bars. Will he finally reveal what he really did to his family? And it's the answer to that question that defines where we're going to start next week on The Devil Beside Me. The Chris Watts story. Husband, father, killer. You've been listening to Mysteries and Murder. Analysis by Dr. Phil. It has been just 2 days since pregnant Shanann Watts and her 2 daughters, Bella and Celeste, vanished without a trace from their cozy home in Frederick, Colorado. Before they disappeared, the Watts family seemed like the perfect family of 4 going on 5. But now all hope of seeing them together again, alive, is dead. Chris has confessed to a violent confrontation. He claimed he witnessed his wife murdering their children in cold blood. and then killed her in a fit of grief and retaliation. He led police to the bodies. What was left of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste is found concealed in a shallow grave and in 2 oil tanks on a desolate oil field where Chris worked. Now Shanann's handsome husband, the father of her children, Chris Watts, has been arrested and sits behind bars, accused of murder. At every turn, police continued to uncover shocking new twists. They had the bodies and a confession, but from the start, police doubted Chris's outlandish story. He's already proven himself to be less than credible. In the days following the discovery of Shanann and the children, investigators would continue to try to piece together the puzzle of what actually happened to them. And America could not get enough of this terrible story that was both salacious and terrifying. Now, why would there be such an appetite for this? Why would people be so interested in it? Because this happened in Anywhere, USA, to any family, USA. This wasn't a fringe family. These weren't people that lived on the edge that you would look at and say, yeah, I can believe that. No, you would look at this family and say, wow, if this could happen to this family, it could happen to any family, and that is unsettling. People wanted to know how, why, what happened. I know that because people stopped me on the street and asked, and the questions were not rhetorical. They really wanted to know, what is happening in this world? How can this occur? A lot had happened in Chris Watts' life during that week-long period in August. His family was dead. An extramarital affair had been exposed. He had been arrested. Chris's interview, filmed at the home he once shared with his wife and children, had gone viral. In the blink of an eye, America's new Scott Peterson. Reporters were eating up the story, noting that Chris may have looked like a silver fox, but he was really a wolf in sheep's clothing. Chris Watts had become America's most hated father. Right away, the investigation pulled back the curtain on a crumbling marriage that may have led to murder. Behind the cheery family photos and bubbly social media posts, there was a deep, hidden resentment, tension, and strife. And on examination, all of those posts were one-sided. They were all put up by Shanann. They were not put up by Chris. Maybe because Chris was too busy having an affair. There were money issues, and Chris was worried about the financial strain of yet a third child and what it would cause. His feelings were, we're not making it with 2 children to feed, clothe, and raise, and now there's a third one on the way? But more importantly was an emotional divide between Chris and Shanann, and it had left Shanann distraught in the days leading up to her disappearance. Had their troubles made Chris feel desperate for a way out, desperate enough to kill? So many questions remain. Did Chris's mistress, Nicole, know more about his marital situation than she had let on? Did she have any idea that Chris would soon end the lives of the people who loved him the most? And Chris was about to come clean with what really happened to his family. The story of Chris and Shanann Watts, well, it wasn't over. In fact, it was just starting to unfold. And I have a sneaking suspicion that made some people really nervous. We started to talk last episode about Chris's mistress, Nichol Kessinger. Now, Chris and Nicole met at work, and sparks flew. They soon began an affair, but according to Nicole, she was not aware that this was an affair, or that she was the mistress, that she was the other woman. She says she thought she was dating a guy who was in the midst of a mostly amicable divorce. Once news of Shanann's disappearance spread, Nicole had gone to police of her own free will to speak to them about her involvement with Chris. But was she a hero in this story? Or is it possible, like Shanann's parents believe to this day, that she tried to help Chris, and when it all started coming unraveled, when it all started hitting the wall, she got scared and bailed? Was she actually helping him and got cold feet and decided, save yourself, girl? She was never arrested or charged. However, is there more than meets the eye with Nicole? Sure, she had been helping police. It seemed like she was on their side and not her lovers. She had told them all about Chris and Shanann's many issues. She told them Chris had confided in her that he was no longer in love. She said he talked about living alone. She basically handed them his motive on a silver platter. But Nicole also told police she had no idea that Chris and Shanann were expecting a baby number 3. She says as far as she knew, their marriage was kaput. Now, there are thousands of armchair detectives who passionately followed this story who just were not satisfied with that explanation, and they never said it. But it appeared to people following the case closely that the police weren't exactly satisfied with that explanation either. Let's be real. In today's world, all it would have taken were a few clicks of Nicole's mouse or a scroll on her phone to find Shanann's Facebook and Instagram pages. Everyone knows that if you're single and you meet someone this day and age, the first thing you do is go check out their social media platforms. You go look them up online and find out not only who they are today, but who they've been before you met them. And if they have an ex, you're going to know about it, and you go right to their page too. You are just straight up lying if you claim you don't. I don't believe that for a second. And this wasn't an ex. This is somebody that tells you, I'm still married. We're getting a divorce. Well, you know what? Anybody with any self-awareness is going to say, really? Well, let me just go look and see what was posted yesterday, what was posted last week. If you're telling me this is an amicable divorce and that you're really separated, you're living under one roof purely for financial reasons, then that's going to be reflected on these social media platforms because there's going to be some individuality. We're not going to be seeing all this togetherness, all these family interactions. You're not going to see this wife sitting in the husband's lap. You're not going to be seeing all this togetherness. Anyone can figure this out if you take a look. If Nicole were to have checked out either Chris or Shanann's social media, nothing would have indicated that there was a divide, and certainly not that there was a looming divorce. In fact, Shanann was frequently posting about how excited she was to add to her family nest. She was always posting about how much she loved her husband, loved her life. Is it really plausible that Nicole didn't do a little digging, really not even digging, just clicking on her new man and his soon-to-be ex? Just think, put yourself in that situation. What would you do? And then tell me if you buy what she's selling. You start falling for somebody. He's transparent enough to say, look, I'm married, sort of. It's really all over with. The legal system, that crank turns really slow. We're very amicable about this. It's all settled. We're just waiting for the wheels of justice to turn. And you say, I'm fine with that. But are you telling me you're not going to go click just out of curiosity to learn about your new man? You're telling me you're not curious enough to go find out if everything he's telling you is true. Police may have had the same thought. They may have thought, well, maybe she's not saying everything she knows, because as they continued to investigate Chris, they started looking into Nicole as well. She's supposedly their advocate. She's supposedly their inside track of what's going on. And they're talking to her. They're encouraging her. Can I get you something to drink? Have a seat. Let's chat. But she's not out the door before they're checking on her as well. And they found that while she was being very forthcoming about certain things, she wasn't necessarily telling the whole story. They found out that she was deliberately holding some things back. They asked her to turn over her phone. She was hesitant. She eventually handed her device over to investigators. And the text messages and internet searches they found made them take even a closer look at her actions before, during, and after Shanann, Bella, and Celeste murders. And here's where things don't allegedly track with what Nicole told police. On July 24th, 2018, during the height of Nicole and Chris's relationship, Nicole searched Google for, quote, "Man I'm having an affair with says he will leave his wife." Now hear what I just said. This is about 2.5, 3 weeks before these tragic murders take place. She obviously has some questions here because she Googles the phrase, quote, "Man I'm having an affair with says he will leave his wife." Nicole didn't search about dating a separated man or how it would work to date a divorced man with children. She specifically Googled affair. Interesting choice of words for a woman who is adamant that she thought her man was separated, simply waiting for some paperwork. On August 8th, she's back to Googling. This time, the phrase is marrying your mistress. She also did a Google search for wedding dresses and spent hours searching for gowns online. So we've got a woman who is Googling married men, affairs, and wedding dresses, all right before her lover's wife and children are brutally murdered. Now, is this a coincidence? Maybe. Maybe she thinks that the divorce is getting ready to come through, and so he's going to be available. But it doesn't take a genius to consider the possibility that Nicole was hoping for a future with this guy, and that she knew she was having a full-blown secret affair, not just dating a separated man who was back on the market. Police also immediately saw that Nicole had deleted many of the texts and photos she had shared with Chris. People who have nothing to hide nothing. Well, Nicole thought she had deleted them, but they don't really go away. And police were able to retrieve them all. This seems like it's always the phone that gets you in these stories, isn't it? Once something is searched or sent, even if you delete it, it's just never really gone. It's like a bad rash. I can't tell you the amount of times Google searches and texts come back and just bite people in the butt. Of course, police's first question was, why had Nicole deleted texts between herself and Chris in the first place? What was she trying to hide? Well, her explanation was simple. She said she was grossed out by Chris after finding out from news articles that he wasn't separated from his wife and that Shanann was pregnant when she disappeared. So understand, what she's asking you to believe now is that she only learned this when she read it in the newspaper. She hadn't clicked on her. She hadn't gone to her Instagram. She hadn't gone to her Facebook. She hadn't done any investigation at all. He just told her at work, "I'm separated, getting a divorce, just waiting for the paperwork to go through." And she just said, okay. She didn't look. She didn't check. She didn't do anything that takes nothing more than a click of a mouse. We know she knows how to click that mouse because we know she clicked it about married man says he's leaving his wife. We know she clicked it about getting a wedding gown. We know she clicked it about other things, but never clicked it to look into his current living situation. I'm sorry. I have a hard time with that. But we'll come back to that. So what had she deleted? Well, it was mostly just lovey-dovey back and forth. Chris might have been shy and soft-spoken in real life and cold and disconnected when texting his own wife, but in his conversations with Nicole, he comes across like a real-life Romeo, or at least a Don Juan wannabe. Some of the recovered text messages from Chris to Nicole read as follows. "Hope you had a great night, beautiful. Miss you. Get home safe. Sweet dreams, my sexy empanada." Chris sent that text message the evening of August 11th, 2 days before he brutally murdered Shanann and his 2 innocent children. It seemed Chris also wanted Nicole to see the best in him. He sent Nicole this text about his character. "I'm about loyalty, truthfulness, and being dedicated. I don't like playing games unless it's role-playing. Wink face emoji. I'll give you a minute to throw up in your mouth. It's interesting that Chris points out that he's all about loyalty and truthfulness when he's deceiving both his wife and his mistress, according to her. Apparently, you can tell he's lying when his lips are moving. He's lying to his wife, he's lying to his mistress, maybe he's lying to himself. But when somebody starts telling you that they're loyal and truthful and dedicated, only thing that's going to make me more nervous than that if they start telling me they're a deacon in the church. When people just start erping this up, unsolicited, talk about red flags, it's like a Navy flagman on the end of the deck. That's just how obvious that is to me. Now, arguably one of the most telling texts Chris sent Nicole during their many communications was this. Chris writes, "Being in your life is something I crave." Now, here's why that one is important to study. This wasn't a man saying he craved sex with this woman. Plenty of affairs are purely physical. They're just about lust. No, what Chris was saying was he wanted to be in this woman's life. But did Chris crave being in Nicole's life enough that he felt like he needed to erase his own? That he felt like he needed to erase the family he had in his current life? Everybody has asked the question, if he wanted out so bad, get a divorce. If he wanted out so bad, just leave, abandon them. Anything is better than family annihilation. Why would you do that? Why would you have to do that? If you don't want to be there, leave. But a narcissist sees things only from their point of view. And understand, from his point of view, if he can just eradicate these people from the face of the earth, then A, he becomes the victim. Oh, poor Chris. B, there's no alimony, there's no child support, there's no legal fees. In fact, it could turn into a profit center. Now, while Shanann and the girls were visiting her family in North Carolina, Chris was keeping busy working out, trying to look his best, and wooing his mistress with racy texts and love letters. He was quoting country and reggae songs and buying Nicole mushy greeting cards with giant hearts all over them. In one handwritten letter, Chris wrote, and this is a quote, "The first day I saw you, you took my breath away. The first day I had the guts to talk to you, I got lost in those stunning green eyes. The first day we hung out in the park together, I knew I was addicted. Big things will happen this year. Dreams will come true." It makes you wonder what big things Chris was referring to exactly, doesn't it? Did he have a plan percolating in his head that he was going to carry out in order to make his dreams come true? There were no dreams that were going to be coming true for anyone involved in this mess. No dreams, only nightmares. Meanwhile, Shanann was out buying relationship self-help books. She was out working to try to find a way to save her marriage with Chris. Instead of taking this gesture as an olive branch, Chris threw one of the books in the garbage. It could have very well been a metaphor for how he felt about her. He was checked out, done, ready to throw the relationship away, and her with it. He wanted to be rid of his old life in favor of a shiny new one. You just wonder how much Nicole knew. And you wonder what she would have thought if someone had whispered to her, "If he'll do it with you, he'll do it too." But from the very beginning, the burning and heartbreaking question has been, if Chris was that unhappy, if he felt that burden, if he felt that trap, why not just get a divorce? Why did he have to kill them? Shannon's mother said she knows her daughter would have walked away without a problem. She knew that her daughter had enough dignity, had enough self-respect, had enough self-worth that she did not want to be where she was not welcome. Could something Nicole told her friend be a clue to his mindset, a clue to why he took this drastic action? When Nicole first spoke to detectives, she claimed that she hadn't told anyone about her relationship with Chris, but it wasn't but just a few days later She changed her story and admitted to police she had in fact confided in one friend about her relationship with Chris. Just one day before Shanann and the sweet little girl's death. Nicole told her friend the one thing she didn't like about Chris was the fact that he had already had children. She felt she might always be second best, and it bothered her that he had, quote, been there, done that. It makes you wonder, what if she mentioned those feelings to Chris? If he thought he might lose her because he was encumbered with a ready-made family? If he thought Nicole felt he would have divided loyalties, that she would always be second to his existing family, to his existing children. Maybe not to Shanann, but Celeste and Bella. Would she always be the other woman? If he thought that was a big concern of hers, and that he might lose her because she was threatened by his children, could that be the answer to why? Why he couldn't just leave? Why he had to get rid of the children and his wife permanently? Did he really just want to be with Nicole at any cost? And had she messaged to him that she wasn't going to be second fiddle to anyone or anything? And had he interpreted that to mean, you better show up with a clean slate, buddy? But Nicole insisted she had not disclosed her worries about his children to Chris, only to the friend that she had said she had not talked to. Because remember, she said she didn't tell anybody. The police have a witness here, a helper here, that lies one minute, tells the truth the next. So you have to wonder, are you lying now or are you lying then? Because you know she's lying, you just don't know when. Which is a lie, which is the truth. But she says she didn't tell Chris, she was just venting to a friend. This is right after she said she didn't vent to anybody.
Did you ever say anything to him about, like...
Never.
Anything about his kids being a problem? Anything about his wife being a problem?
Never. This shocked me just as much as I think it shocked the rest of the world.
He's so disgusting. I'm so ashamed of him.
Why? How? I don't even understand how you could, like, bring yourself to do that to somebody who's, like, that big.
Nicole said she believes that she in no way influenced Chris to kill his family. She stated to police, quote, I legitimately think his cheese was sliding off his cracker long before he met me. Is that why she fell in love with him? Nicole also texted that same friend, quote, like, he seems too good to be true. Well, which is it? His cheese is sliding off his cracker, or he's too good to be true? Again, it's just inconsistent. Certainly turns out she was right about his warped mind. In the days after her initial statement to police, she would frequently call detectives with additional information that she just remembered. I guess she was just sitting around and like, oh, wait a minute. Chris and Nicole spoke the night before, and quite a bit on the day of his family's disappearance. For most of the day, Chris told her he was busy with work, but the two exchanged text messages throughout the day as if everything was normal, as if Chris hadn't just murdered his family and concealed their bodies. Chris's day was busy because the tower of lies he had built were crashing down, and he was telling so many lies it was just impossible to keep up. Now, again, here's a window into his psyche. I've told you that narcissists have no empathy. They have no capacity to feel sorrow or remorse or to vicariously experience the pain that someone else might be feeling. That's why he has the ability to murder his pregnant wife and unborn child, and then ultimately his two innocent children, one of which looks at him in the eye and says, "You're not going to do to me what you did to her, are you?" But he can then whip out his phone and flirt with his mistress like he was on the way to Arby's or something. That takes a special kind of cold-blooded, detached psyche. It was at 3:45 p.m. that Chris finally sent an ominous text message to Nicole telling her that his family was gone. Naturally, this sent Nicole into a tailspin. What did he mean? Gone where? What did he think had happened? Chris was evasive and, according to Nicole, didn't seem terribly concerned. She was struck by how emotionless he seemed about his family being missing. Instead, Nicole told police that Chris remained vague with his answers regarding what was going on and kept trying to change the subject, which of course made her suspicious. Nicole also spoke to the Colorado Bureau of Investigation agent Kevin Kobach about an eerie late-night FaceTime call she had with Chris on Monday, August 13th. Now, remember, his wife and children had been missing since that morning.
I think we were talking a little bit, but he was laying down on a mattress that didn't have any sheets on it. And I remember asking him, where's your sheets, And he's like, oh, I washed them. And I remember he was saying that he was cleaning the house to try to keep busy, to take his mind off of things. I didn't honestly think that much about it originally because that man is always cleaning. He's a very, very, organized, meticulous, clean individual. So it did not seem like a super red flag to me. On his days off, when he organizes, it's what he does. But something that just kind of dawned on me last night is he made the comment directly after that. He said, I had to wash the kids' sheets. He was like, they smell. And I was thinking about that last night, and I'm like, this man keeps that house so clean. That's the cleanest house I've ever seen. Why would his kids' sheets smell bad?
Of course, we now know why Chris had no sheets on his mattress. Remember, police found bed sheets in the trash at the Watts residence, and also a bloodied sheet wrapped around Shanann's deceased body. A drone search located a lone bed sheet on the oilfield property. This aerial discovery was what initially led police to finding the bodies of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. So now, Chris is FaceTiming his mistress from his marital bed, the very same bed he had strangled his wife on just hours before. He's now lying in this bed, feet up, comfortable, FaceTiming his mistress. Nicole mentioned that during that FaceTime conversation, Chris had also said that the blankets in Bella and Celeste's room were missing and that he thought Shanann might have taken them. Well, why would Shanann have taken the children's blankets when she left for a so-called play date? A play date that, when asked about it, he said, I don't know where. She just took them somewhere to play. By Tuesday the 14th, Chris and Nicole's romance, well, it was just abruptly over. All of their remaining correspondence had to do with Nicole confronting Chris about lying about Shanann's pregnancy. According to Nicole, Chris kept trying to change the subject and would not give her any straight answers. Now, of the many lies Chris Watts has told, this one has got to be one of the most cruel and frankly stupid. When Nicole demanded answers about Shannann's pregnancy and why Chris had not told her about it, Nicole says Chris told her that he didn't know until the day that Shanann disappeared that she was expecting. He then told Nicole that he was not the father. According to Nicole, she said it was at this point that she realized she was dealing with a serial liar. If he could lie about this, she thought, what else was he capable of? Nicole expressed to detectives that she was concerned about how the media would perceive her. Nicole's scandalous internet searches were splashed across headlines. It seems like she knew this would be inevitable because of the media culture. She tried to prevent this by deleting her browser history, she thought. Of course, the internet never forgets. So now it just looked even worse. Not only did she have these searches, she had tried to bury the searches. She had tried to hide the searches. And she got caught trying to dump that data. In the wake of Chris becoming the prime suspect in Shanann's disappearance, Nicole also researched Shanann Watts and Chris Watts online frequently, sometimes for hours. Every time Nicole searched for information on Chris and Shanann Watts, she would immediately delete the search right after. The same day, Nicole also browsed Google for the following questions. Quote, can cops trace text messages? And quote, how long do phone companies keep text messages? As well as, quote, difference between text message content and text message detail. This is all according to police documents. What she should have researched first was, can police track Google searches? After her initial statements to police, after Shanann and her daughter's bodies were found, get this. Nicole searched, quote, Amber Fry. Then she searched, quote, Amber Fry net worth. Then she searched Amber Fry book deal. And then she searched, do people hate Amber Fry? As much as people compare Chris Watts to Scott Peterson, you can also easily compare Nichol Kessinger to Amber Fry. At least Nichol Kessinger appears to compare Nichol Kessinger to Amber Fry. I assume since she does, other people do. There is one difference that seems to be commonly believed, and that is that Amber Fry 100% did not know that Scott Peterson was married. Nichol Kessinger 100% did know that Chris Watts was married. Amber Fry went on to write a book, to be the subject of movies about her life story, and to live a successful and happy life. So what has become of Nicole? In this day and age, we know there's a legal court and there is a court of public opinion. And with Twitter and Facebook, those judgmental voices are louder than ever. Certain commenters online were vicious, even alleging that they were convinced that Nicole had something to do with the murders. There was even an online petition circulating called Investigate Nichol Kessinger. When it came to Chris and Nicole's relationship, many believed Nicole's search history and emails proved she was lying, and she knew damn well she was dating another woman's husband. Well, I don't think you really need her search history and emails to prove that, because she said as much to the police. She knew he was married. It's just where in the dissolution procedure she claims to think things were. He told her he was married, told her they were separated, told her things were going to wind down. So she knew he was married. Her behavior also made it seem like she was complicit in keeping their relationship a secret. They went to out-of-the-way bars and restaurants. They spent most of their time at her apartment. In one of Nicole's messages to Chris, she told him she wanted to continue seeing him and asked, "Are we bad people?" But whether or not Nicole knew the actual truth about Chris's relationship, the outcome was the same. She had gotten involved with a married father whose face was now splashed all over the front of every newspaper and magazine in the English-speaking world. And the word murderer was right next to his name. No matter how much Nicole may have wanted to erase or delete Chris and their brief involvement from her life, it seems that from now on their names will be forever linked. Nicole mentioned that she and her friends were trying to do damage control by taking down her social media accounts and removing the photos that existed of her on Facebook. Well, it was too late. Everywhere you looked, on TV, in magazines, newspapers, there were photos of Nichol Kessinger, the other woman. It's likely there won't be a book deal in Nicole's future. There are alleged accounts of her going into witness protection due to the amount of harassment and threats that she has received since this all came to light. She has never given a televised interview. Me and my team have reached out to her several times ourselves. And people will tell you, if nothing else about me, is I give people an opportunity to tell their story. Whether it's believable, unbelievable, outrageous, whatever. I give people a chance to tell their story. And then I ask the questions that people want to know the answer to. We've reached out to her time and time and time again. She's never called us back and has not been spotted publicly since. But her role in this horror story just might not have been completely done. Not just yet. On August 21st, 2018, Chris shuffled into court with his attorneys, clad in an orange inmate suit, glasses and handcuffs. He was a far cry from the good-looking, all-American dad that he had presented to the world just days before. He looked somber, already older. It was over for him. The courtroom was packed. Everyone wanted to hear what Chris Watts was going to be charged with. The judge denied him bail. In the front row of the courtroom, Shanann's father, Frank, and his son, Frankie, sobbed while the charges were read. The DA's office charged Chris with 9 counts. He was charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder after deliberation for the deaths of Shanann, Celeste, and Bella Watts. Let me say that again. 3 counts of first-degree murder after deliberation. That means he didn't snap. This wasn't a crime of passion. He didn't fly into a rage. This was murder after deliberation, after thought. 2 counts of first-degree murder for causing the death of a person under the age of 12 while being in a position of trust. 1 count of unlawful termination of a pregnancy. 3 counts of tampering with a deceased body. If convicted of all 9 charges, Chris was potentially facing the rest of his life in prison and could face the death penalty. He made the decision to save his own life. I think he did that because he knew what he knew. And he knew that this could be figured out pretty easy. Although he still maintained that Shanann had killed the children, so he killed her, Chris took responsibility for all 3 deaths in court. He pleaded guilty to the charges. In exchange, he would not face the death penalty. So, Chris was now behind bars for good, and no matter what story he spun, he would pay for these heinous crimes. So the nightmare seemed over. The legal system seemed to have done its job. But as I've said many times, we do have a legal system. We don't have a justice system. You go to the courthouse to pursue charges. You don't go to the courthouse for justice. Because you walk up those steps, you go through that door, you go in that courtroom, and there's all this mahogany wood, and there's this judge up on the bench, and there's a big seal behind him or her. There's all this pomp and circumstance. There's a lot of words spoken, a lot of decisions handed down, verdicts meted out, but nowhere among them is justice. Because the only justice would be for Shanann, Celeste, Bella, and this unborn child to be back in this world. That's not going to happen. That would be justice. But given the limits of the system, what could be done was done, and the nightmare seemed to be over. But investigators, not the prosecutors, but the investigators, well, they weren't quite done. After all this, they went back in to interview him again, one more time from prison. So what was their reason for this additional question? They've got everything they can get, right? The legal system has worked. You can't try him for the same crimes twice. That's double jeopardy. So they've gotten all they're going to get. So why talk to him again? Well, we don't know for sure, but we do know that it would not make sense for them to be talking to him about further culpability on his part. They already have him. He pleaded guilty. They had recovered the bodies. Did it really matter what other details he added to the situation? He was locked up and paying the price regardless of what he now said. Shanann's parents had a theory. They strongly believed the reason the FBI went into that prison was because of none other than Mistress Nicole. Shanann's mother claims she believes investigators went in on a mission to get Chris to roll on his mistress. He did not, at least not yet. And again, she has never been implicated or charged with any crime. It turns out the worst thing that Nicole did, in the eyes of the law, at this point, is to fall in love with the wrong man. But whatever the reason was that they went in for, they came out with way more than they ever could have bargained for. They came out with a real confession from Chris Watts, an admission of exactly when and how he, not Shanann, killed his two beautiful and innocent daughters. And his entire confession was recorded on tape. We were able to find out what was on those confession tapes before anyone else. Shanann's parents were told the grim and horrifying details before they were released to the media, and they wanted to be the ones to tell the world. They didn't want this to come out from some third party. They wanted to be the ones that reported this because they wanted to dignify their daughter. Understand, at this point, the world had been told that their daughter had murdered their grandchildren. And they sat there powerless to do anything about it. They sat there with some people in America believing that their precious daughter had murdered their precious grandchildren. And add that to the loss of their daughter and grandchildren, and it was almost more than they could endure. And finally, this monster excuse for a human being told the truth. And they wanted the satisfaction of reporting that to the world. They contacted us. They wanted me to come there and help them tell that story. They would do an interview with me and reveal for the first time what Chris finally confessed he had really done to their beautiful daughter and their grandchildren, what he said to the children, what he said the children witnessed, and what their final words were to their, quote, daddy. So I flew to Pinehurst and sat down with them. And they told me not only what was in that confession, but what this had done to their family. And I'm going to tell you on the next episode of The Devil Beside Me, the Chris Watts story. Husband, father, killer. It's November of 2018. It's been 2 months since Chris Watts stood in a packed courtroom, his legs shackled, wearing an orange jumpsuit, and was formally charged with the murder of his wife Shanann, their 2 daughters, and the death of the unborn fetus. He's been incarcerated ever since this August court appearance, having been denied bail. But even with Chris behind bars, Shanann's parents, Frank and Sandy Rusek, are still living their worst nightmare. The man they trusted to honor and protect Shanann and the girls had instead brutally killed them. They were sure of it. With their family in tatters, Sandy and Frank had no choice but to try and move forward. Move forward despite their shock and heartbreak. In September, they held a memorial service for Shanann and the girls. Later that month, they moved some of their personal items out of the suburban Colorado home they once shared with their husband, father, and ultimately murderer, Chris Watts. Piece by piece, items that Shanann once used on a daily basis were loaded into a truck and put in storage, never to be sat on or slept in again. A chair, a bed frame, a mirror, they were all now part of a life that in one instant ceased to exist. As Shanann's family struggled to pick up the pieces, a haunting question remained for her loved ones. What had really happened that fateful day when Shanann Bella and Celeste were abruptly and cruelly taken from the world. The story Chris was telling was unfathomable to everyone who knew Shanann, especially her family. Not only were they grieving the loss of their daughter, but they had to listen to his sick lies. They were desperate for the real truth about her murder and the murder of her children. They wanted this to be told. They were desperate for justice. But would they ever see it? To be honest, it just didn't seem likely. Chris had pleaded guilty, but he didn't officially change his story. Shanann's parents thought the moment for him to come clean had passed. He had had his day in court and was sentenced. But then, that day did come, and it almost had them wishing that it did not come. It almost had them wishing they never learned the truth. Because when Chris finally revealed what he did to his wife and children, it would shake this family and even harden investigators to their core with its malice. I've been doing this for 45 years, and I have to tell you, this is one I could not compartmentalize. This is one I could not leave at the office when I left to come home. All of this is coming up on this episode of The Devil Beside Me, the Chris Watts story. Husband, father, killer. On November 6, 2018, Chris Watts wept as the judge read each of his charges out loud. He had become so infamous and so hated that he was forced to don a bulletproof vest for the hearing. After each charge was read, Chris quietly responded, "Guilty." In exchange for Chris's guilty plea, the district attorney in Weld County agreed not to seek the death penalty. Sources said Chris only pleaded guilty to save his own hide from the same terrible fate he had bestowed upon his family. But despite pleading guilty, he still alleged that he had only killed his wife Shanann after he had walked in on her strangling their two little girls in order to punish him for threatening with divorce. Chris's blatant lies didn't fool detectives. Nobody bought that. He said that because the narcissistic personality that he had made him try to fashion this where he was on the moral high ground, where he was striking a blow of revenge for his precious daughters. But one thing we know about narcissists is they don't know how to read the room. They don't know that people are looking at them and rolling their eyes all at one and the same time. No, it didn't fool detectives. It sure did not fool her family. Even so, that didn't mean they thought they would ever get him to admit what really happened. For now, him pleading guilty, well, it just seemed like it was just going to have to be enough. On November 19, 2018, Chris Watts was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. He would spend the rest of his life in prison. He would never draw another breath of free air. When the judge presiding over the case handed down the verdict, he said, and I quote, "This is perhaps the most inhumane and vicious crime that I have handled out of the thousands of cases that I have seen." Shanann's mother, Sandy, supported the district attorney's sentencing, saying, "He made the choice to take those lives. I do not want to be in the position of making the choice to take his." And yet, Chris still held a certain power. He is still the only person who knows what really happened. And just as importantly, why. The only person alive that could answer those questions. Chris's arrest and his sentencing may have been over and done with, but the wounds he caused, well, you can forgive, but you just never forget. For his own protection, Chris had been moved from Colorado to serve his time in a prison in the state of Wisconsin. At his previous facility, all of the inmates knew all about who Chris was and the horrific crimes he had committed. They would shout at him from their cells, encouraging him to commit suicide, and even give him suggestions about how to do it. They would scream out that he should hang himself or try to drown himself in a prison toilet bowl. Chris was kept in isolation, separate from everyone else for his own protection. In order for Chris to even just walk down the hallway of that former prison with guards escorting him, his fellow inmates had to be put on lockdown. You have to understand, there are other inmates in that prison that have no hope of ever getting out. That means they have nothing to lose, and they could become heroes in that institution by taking out this individual who, believe you me, is at the bottom of the pecking order in that hierarchy. So even though they might do it in front of the guards, even though they might do it in front of cameras, what are they going to do? Give them another life sentence? To give you perspective, housed with other criminals, Chris was regarded amongst them as being the most evil. That speaks volumes about how people react to this case. Everyone from your average Joe to a hardened, incarcerated criminal thinks Chris is the lowest of the low. At this new undisclosed prison, Chris feels safer. He likes that he can mingle with other prisoners and not be so closed off. But then, seemingly out of the blue, on February 18th, 3 investigators from the Frederick Police Department, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation, and the FBI entered for a face-to-face meeting with Chris at the prison where he was serving his 3 consecutive life sentences. In the brief time he had been incarcerated, he was already thinner with a more haggard appearance. Gone was the all-American, muscled-up dad. We still don't know why they went in, but we do know that for some reason Chris decided it was time, after all these months of horror, to come clean and tell a new version of the truth, one that seemed to be a lot more believable than what he had said before. This meeting with investigators was recorded and later released to the media. They became known as the Chris Watts confession tapes. When they were made public, the recordings would transfix the millions of Americans who had closely followed this case from its start. There were 5 full hours of audio that captured Chris Watts laying out the full story. To the outside world, Chris had presented one image, that of the laid-back, hard-working, and loving father. Now that image had been stripped away. He had gone in less than a year from being known as a family man to a family annihilator, to a complete monster. There was no more point in pretending to be someone he was not, and nowhere for him to hide. Family annihilator. Think about those words put together. An annihilator of your entire family. You wipe them off the face of the earth. Most family annihilators end with killing themselves. But then there is a certain segment of cowardice who stop short. They just kill everybody else and not themselves. When investigators first sat down with Chris behind bars, there was some laughter between them. There was some friendly chatter. The investigators made small talk with the wife and child killer. They asked him how he was doing inside. They commented on how he looked different. He told him about the frequent jailhouse haircuts he received. But for the investigators, all this light banter was simply playing into the narcissistic personality of someone that wanted to be the center of attention. somebody that wanted to be the focus. And it was just a means to an end. They were manipulating the manipulator. You have to understand, for him, this was all about him. Because at this point, everything I've heard from him, everything I have seen about him, he has yet to show any genuine remorse, in my opinion. He has yet to show any sorrow. He has yet to show that he appreciates the gravity, the monstrousness of what he did to his wife and those precious children. Everything has been about him. It was at the time, from the moment he was standing in the driveway giving that self-destructive interview, to the point where he was in the courtroom and all of the tears, what little there were, clearly were about being caught, not for what he did, but for being caught for what he did. And this was just a new audience. This was just another time in the spotlight. This was just another time to command attention. The oldest police interrogation tactic in the book is to play good cop, bad cop. In this case, investigators wanted to befriend Chris. They wanted him to trust them. That was the only way they felt they would get the answers that they needed. They needed to soften him up and not make him feel like it was 3 against 1. And Chris's calm demeanor, his ability to joke around, what does that say? He's in prison for the most gruesome crime imaginable. And he's treating this like a social outing. Like these people came to see him because they want to spend time with that kind of person that crushed the bones of his daughter and shoved them into an oil storage tank. That's how they want to spend their afternoon. That's how out of touch with reality he is. So he seems calm, cool, collected, like he's made peace with what he's done. He's okay with that, and he believes that these people have intellectualized it. They're there with an intellectual curiosity. He's serving a purpose. So they have a sense of gratitude towards him. Investigators assured him that the case was closed. They were not there to press any further charges. The 3 investigators told him that they found his case different. And it was different. It was a case with so many facets, and the feds wanted to piece it all together. Again, they're playing to his ego. Not hard to do. The Special Investigator Graham from the FBI put it to Chris this way: to this day, there's not one person who has said to me, I saw it coming. I knew Chris was like that. Not one person. So you see what this means to Chris is, wow, I'm an enigma. I have puzzled America. I puzzled the police. I puzzled my family. Nobody saw it coming. I was too smooth. I was much too complex. So I'm like a criminal mastermind here. So they're in here trying to deconstruct this because it will teach them how to deal with these kind of things in the future. I am a treasure trove of information. That's how he looks at this. It's all about him, him, him. And tragically, to some degree, he's sickeningly correct. Because as a society, we have a need for life to make sense. We need to fit everything together because we are looking for a way to predict why people that are just seemingly evil do the things that they do. And we do learn from it when we study these folks. We've had so many school shootings, so many mass killings, and based on studying these, we've learned things. Like approximately 80% of school shooters tell at least one person what they're going to do and when they're going to do it before it happens. We've learned that by studying these things. Almost 2/3 tell 2 or more people what they're going to do, when they're going to do it, and how they're going to do it before it happens. People don't react to it. They don't take it seriously. They don't take actions to stop it in most cases. But we've learned that there is what's called leakage. So you can learn by talking to these people, as distasteful as it is. And Chris's visitors wanted to leave no stone unturned. They wanted to talk to him about his mindset before, during, and after the murders. They wanted to know how he murdered his innocent children. They wanted to know why. They wanted to know the thought process that made this okay. They wanted to know how this got into his head to begin with. You know, people were saying, look, if you don't want to be there, just walk away, get a divorce. If you don't want to get a divorce, just abandon them. Load up with your mistress and disappear. As bad as that sounds, it's better than murdering everybody. So they're wanting to know, tell me how you got on this path. What was your internal dialogue? Who did you discuss this with? What did you say to yourself? Take me through the moment that you actually did the deed. And how in God's name did you ever think you were going to get away with this? Because the next day, your very social wife, your very family involved, engaged wife was going to just not be there? And her children were just not going to be there? Did you think people were going to just shrug this off? What were you telling yourself? Were you telling yourself that you would just say, yeah, gee, I don't know. They went on a play date, I don't know where, and they just never come back? They want to know how he's playing this out in his mind. They started with the day of the murders, August 13th, 2018. He told the investigators that Shanann returned home from her business trip around 2 a.m. She initiated sex, which Chris felt like was a test on her part to see if he was still interested in her since their marriage had been on eggshells for the past few months. They did have sex. Now, think about that for a minute. You're going to find as this unfolds that he did not snap. This was not something where things went south, he flew into a blind rage, and did this on the spur of the moment, because there's going to be evidence that he dumped the bodies at a site where there was a crew scheduled to be that day to do some repair work, and he told them not to come that day. Now, that's because he knew he was going to be out there disposing of bodies. So this wasn't something that he snapped. So here's how cold-blooded we're talking about. He gets in bed with this woman that he knows he's going to kill in a few hours and is able to perform sexually with her. Now wrap your head around that, and it will give you an idea of what kind of cold-blooded, detached individual we're talking about. Now, he knew enough to say that he felt strange being intimate with her, and that he felt like maybe it was a trigger point or something like you hit the push button on a bomb and it just blows up. Something in my head, something was irking me. I had to say something. Well, yeah, I understand. That's why I said he's telling a new version of this, because we do know he had already dismissed the crew. After the sexual encounter, he says they fell back asleep, and later on in the morning when he woke up to get ready for work, Chris claims he told Shanann their marriage was over. Now, both Chris and Shanann knew there was an elephant in the room, a big issue in their marriage. Things hadn't been adding up for Shanann for a long time when it came to her husband's behavior. He didn't seem excited at all for the birth of their son, and had been really distant. He just didn't want to engage or talk about that. From discovery evidence police made, Shanann and her friends in text conversations surmised that Chris was likely stepping out on Shanann, And right before she came home, Chris thought it was likely that she had seen a credit card charge Chris had made for a dinner for two. Usually he only used his company gift cards for his little whining and dining tryst with his mistress Nicole, but this time was an exception. Regardless of that dinner charge, Shanann already had her suspicions, and Chris confirmed this to law enforcement during the confession. When Chris told Shanann point blank that he didn't think the marriage was going to work, he recalls her repeating, "I knew there was someone else. I knew there was someone else. I just knew it." At this point during the confession, Chris says he was straddling Shanann in their bed, making her fear he would harm the baby. He wouldn't admit to the affair. Instead, he just told her he just didn't love her. With that, according to Chris, Shanann told him, "You're never going to see your children again." Now, it's interesting to note here that in these tapes, Chris does admit that the anger during these arguments was coming from him, not Shanann. And let's remember that in Chris's original story, Shanann was the aggressor, the one who killed her children, while Chris watched in horror. But now, here's what Chris said. "I think it was more anger from me and more like desperation from her, because she wanted to fix it. And she knew something wasn't right." So at this point, he's not really sure how to spin this. Because understand, there's part of him that still wants to kind of take a high road. It's kind of like, you guys get it, right? It was like I was trapped, right? I mean, he's still trying to win these guys over. That's, again, you remember I said narcissists, they don't read the room. These guys come in making small talk. "Hey, how you doing? How's life? You adjusting?" It's like they care about him. And he's falling for that. So it's kind of like they're trivializing this, like, "Yeah, we get it." And he said, he's like, "I was really trapped here. I was caught between a rock and a hard place." During this entire heated conversation between he and Shanann, and Chris says it was around 20 minutes, he is on top of Shanann, straddling her. Now understand, this is a position of complete dominance. He straddles Shanann to overpower her physically and emotionally. He's the one cheating and the one that he says felt trapped and out of control. Like I said, he's got these feelings for his mistress, and here's this showdown confrontation he's having with his wife. It's like all about him again. I've got to be true to my feelings. I don't love you. I do love her. It's about me. It's about me. It's about me. This was a new account, and it was as riveting as it was horrifying. Think about this from Shanann's point of view. She's had sex with this man. Now he says, "It's over. I don't love you." And he's sitting on top of this pregnant woman who we know is not well. He has her pinned to the bed. She hadn't washed off her makeup from the night before, and he described tears running down her face in vivid black streaks. And once he said he no longer loved her, that was when Shanann ordered him to get off of her, saying he would never see Bella and Celeste again. Did Chris know that he was going to strangle his wife from the moment he first straddled her on the bed? He claims to this day he isn't sure. Here's what he said.
Just like, everything that happened that morning, I don't know, like I try to go back in my head, I'm just like, I didn't want to do this, but I did it. Everything just kind of like, it just felt like it was, I don't even want to say it felt like I had to, it just felt like there was already something in my mind that was a plan that I was going to do it, and then I woke up that morning and it was going to happen, and I had no control of it.
In Chris's words, he said he felt like he was in a rage and snapped. As I've already indicated, I don't believe that for 1 second. I believe this was pre-planned, premeditated. I've spoken before about how when people are angry, they're really at their weakest. What the anger is masking is hurt, fear, or frustration. And I do believe Chris was feeling all of that. But what he did with those emotions was inexcusable. Look, Robin and I have done a lot of work helping victims of domestic violence. And of course, in this case, there wasn't any known history of domestic violence prior to the murders. She hadn't reported it to her family. She hadn't reported it to her friends. A lot of times, victims are ashamed, so they don't want to talk about it. So she never told any of her friends or family if he was physically abusive, and we can only speculate, but she certainly hadn't reported it. It was more in his nature to shrink away from confrontation rather than to express emotion. Now, he claimed his emotions that morning could be described as the epitome of being angry, the epitome of showing rage, the epitome of losing your mind. Now, to my way of thinking, this murder was premeditated. Now, I've talked about these two differences before. There is a distinct difference between the irresistible impulse and the impulse not resisted. Now think about that for a second. There's an irresistible impulse where you just simply lose control, crime of passion. There's nothing you can do to stop it. You get on that highway, you get going, and you lose control. There's no way to pump the brake. There's no way to inhibit your behavior. It's just blind rage, out of control. And the next thing you know, you're just sitting there with blood on your hands. And you're honest to God saying, what have I done? On the other hand, there is the impulse to act that you choose not to resist. And when we're talking about the irresistible impulse, that's when somebody snaps. In my opinion, Chris is definitely under the umbrella of the impulse not resisted. He may not have known how he was going to do it, but if he didn't know he was going to do it, why did he tell that crew not to come to that drilling site that day? They were scheduled to be there to make repairs. He said, "Don't come, no problem, I can handle it myself." Why would he steer them away if he didn't know he was going to be out there doing something he didn't want anybody to see? He waited for her to return from that trip. He had told Nicole that he was soon going to be available. And when she came home, he killed her, and then he went on to kill his girls. He wiped the slate clean. He may not have known whether he was going to hit her in the head or choke her or whatever, but I believe 100% that he went into that room and intended to be the only one to come out alive. Chris told the investigators that Shanann didn't fight back while he was strangling her. He didn't have any defensive wounds on him because she never clawed him. He said she also never closed her eyes. He said he thought she might have prayed.
It was just like, I don't even want to know what she saw when she looked back at me, honestly.
Did you look at her? What was she doing? Why do you think she wasn't fighting?
Maybe she was praying, maybe she was just... I read the Bible, it said, or the scripture says, don't forgive these people for they do not know what they do. Maybe she was saying that. I don't know what she was saying in her head.
He saw that she was dead. He claims that after she was gone, as he put it, he didn't know what was happening. and felt it was a traumatic event, that he wasn't in his right mind and had no control over his mind or his actions. Again, understand what he's saying here. He has just choked his wife, who's pregnant with his unborn child, to death, and he's talking about how traumatic it was for him. He had a heated, passionate argument with his pregnant wife. Okay, it happens. He had killed Shanann, and he had killed their son. Now, at this point, if you do all of a sudden come back into the realm of some kind of reason, what do? You pick up the phone and you call 911. You start CPR. You try to revive your wife. You do anything you can to try to undo what you've done. But Chris didn't do any of those things, did he? No, he didn't, of course. He continued on his murder spree. He still had 2 more human beings to murder. Innocent little girls. So if you snap, think about this. We only have one arousal system in our body, okay? And it's adrenergic arousal. And it comes to a point. It comes to a peak. We call it our fight or flight system. And it all comes to a peak. Everything builds up and bang, you snap. You do what you're going to do. And when you do it, then there is a great release of tension. Something happens. You don't snap for hours. You snap in a moment. It builds up and bang, you snap. Snapping is not when you kill someone, then wrap their body up, move them downstairs, load them into a vehicle. Then you've got 2 other children that you have to wrangle. You get them moved, loaded, then you go and then kill 2 other people in a different time frame. That's not snapping. That's premeditated murder across locations, across time. There are many, many opportunities there to go, wait a minute, what the hell am I doing? What's going on here? I blanked out for a while. I've got a dead woman in my car. What's going on? That's not snapping. Chris's next revelation was even more chilling. Shanann was lying dead on the bed when his oldest daughter Bella came into the room carrying her blanket. Chris believed that she had been woken by the commotion in the bedroom. Even at 4 years old, Bella knew something was wrong and asked her daddy what was wrong with Mommy. Chris told her that Mommy don't feel good, and Bella thought her mother was sleeping. Now here is where the in-depth story of what Chris does makes your blood run cold if it doesn't already. And I'm sure that it does. It also contradicts him telling investigators he was in this state of shock. He snapped. Because what he does next in front of his children seems very methodical. When people are in shock, understand they move in a very zombie-like fashion. They don't think well, they're not coordinated, they don't move in an efficient fashion. But not Chris. By his own account, he wastes no time in getting Shanann out of the bed and figuring out how to get her body out of the house. If you kill someone in a blind rage or a state of shock, there's a good chance you might not have the wherewithal to make your next move. You might sit on the end of the bed and stare blankly at the wall, but you're likely not going to immediately and with efficiency begin to execute a plan of extracting a corpse from a second floor and relocating the body. Now, Shanann was still wearing her bra, underwear, and the shirt that she had worn when she first got into bed. Chris moved her body face down, wrapping her in the bedsheet. He then attempted to carry Shanann's body down the stairs. When he slipped carrying her down the stairs, Chris then dragged her body down the rest of the flight, her feet creating a thud sound. 4-year-old Bella, she's watching this all happen. Chris told investigators Bella was smart. She knew something was going on. Again, she asked, "What's wrong with Mommy?" And again, Chris lied to his daughter and told her that Mommy doesn't feel good. Bella followed her father downstairs. Chris backed his pickup truck into the driveway. We know this part of what he told police was accurate because police had seen this on the security tape from the neighbor. He put Shanann's body into the back seat of his truck on the floorboard. Now, this was a extended cab truck, had a front seat and a back seat. Puts her on the floor in the back seat. By this time, his youngest daughter, Cece, has also woken up. So these two little girls are now up and moving throughout the house, watching as their father is beginning the process of disposing of their mother's corpse. They had no idea they would be next. They were too little to understand exactly what was going on, which in some small way, I guess, is a blessing. But really, you wish they had grasped this with at least a moment of clarity beyond their years and bolted across the yard and run to a neighbor or anything, screaming, "Help, help, help." But of course, when Daddy says Mommy doesn't feel good, they trusted him. They blindly believed in him. This was their father, and at this age, their father and mother are their whole world, and they adored him. Just days before, Shanann had posted a video of Bella as she sang, "My daddy is a hero, he helps me grow up big and strong." Is there anything more vile than a person that is put in a position of trust that uses that trust to betray a child? So the father that these two little girls worshipped and saw as their hero, the man who had given them life, was now about to take it away with his bare hands. Chris put his lunchbox in the truck, even after what he had just done. Supposedly having snapped and now being in a state of shock, he had the presence of mind to pack his lunch. A twisted detail, but again, it's one that indicates he was fully present, and in the moment he knew he would be going to work that day as if nothing had happened. He then put Bella and Celeste, get this, in the back of his truck on the bench seat with their feet dangling over, resting on the dead body of their mother who lay lifeless on the truck's floor. Now, if you remember, we talked a couple of episodes back about how Chris stated that all three of them were dead when he put them in his truck in the early morning hours of August 13th, but that was not true. That was a lie. Shanann had not murdered the two girls. His daughters were still alive when he methodically, planfully, deliberately drove them to where he would kill them. He could have put them in the seat next to him, but he put them in the back seat where their feet would rest on their dead mother's body. Now, I'm sorry. I don't believe in accidents. I don't believe in coincidences. There's something that we refer to as when people lie and they're kind of smug and glib about it, called duping delight. And they just do things that they just take extra pleasure in. And you can't get up early enough in the morning or stay up late enough at night to convince me that him putting those two little girls in the back seat with their feet resting on their mother's dead body was not a vicious, conscious act. During the drive to that remote oil site, Chris told investigators he wasn't thinking. He was thinking enough to get her downstairs into the truck and pack his lunch and get the girls in the back seat, but he wasn't thinking. But there had to be some thought going on because he drove out there. He didn't get lost. He and his lunch and his dead wife and dead son and two daughters got there. This remote oil field that we've talked about, the one Chris knew about from his job at the local town oil rig, and he had also warned a coworker, as I said earlier, not to show up there that day. He drove to the site. The drive from his family home took between 45 minutes and an hour. He didn't stop. He didn't turn back. He didn't switch directions to go search for help. This snap that he talked about, this blind rage, went on for an hour while he operated a motor vehicle in traffic from point A to point B. And if you ever wonder if you can stay in a blind rage for an hour, go out in the backyard and try screaming for an hour. Try screaming and jumping up and down for an hour and see how long you last. See how long you can stay in a blind rage physiologically. It's absurd. It's absolutely absurd. On the drive over, the little sisters held on to each other. At times they fell asleep, and at one point Bella told her father it smelled in the truck. This was most likely due, at least I hope, due to trash bags Chris had purposely tossed in the back of the truck to hopefully obscure their mother's body from the girls. Chris finally arrived at the final destination, and first he removed Shanann's body from the truck. She was still wrapped in one of the bed sheets from their home. Think about how thin a bed sheet is. He placed her body on the ground near where he would ultimately bury her. Again, think about how thin a bed sheet is. She wasn't rolled up in a thick piece of carpet. He says both of the girls ask him, "What are you doing to Mommy?" Chris says he does remember what he said in response to that heartbreaking question. Can you imagine if you even allow your mind to go to such a dark place? If you can be empathetic with these two children at this moment. They're standing out in this field, and I don't know if you've ever been to a drilling site, but they're kind of scorched earth. A lot of time there's caliche, gravel, sand. It's just kind of scraped off earth. It's very stark, very cold. And they're watching their father dragging their mother's body wrapped up in a paper-thin bedsheet. Children don't have a big vocabulary at that age, but they're very perceptive. They're instinctual. They have a bond with their mother. They may not have been able to articulate what was going on, but they certainly knew it was wrong. They had to be absolutely gripped with fear. Two little girls in this strange, foreign habitat, watching the woman that nurtured them, held them, comforted them, fed them, being dragged around like a sack of potatoes. Once Shanann was set on the ground, Chris returned to the truck, telling investigators, and I quote, "Cece was first." He took the blue Yankees blanket she was holding, held it over her head, and suffocated her while her sister Bella watched. He says he doesn't know how long it took. When Celeste died, he took her out of the truck, picked up her body, and made his way over to the oil tank. He opened up the hatch and dropped the little girl in feet first. So now Shanann is dead. His unborn son is dead. Little Cece is dead. So now standing out there on this oil site is just Chris Watts and little Bella. When Chris returned to the truck, he says that she asked him what had just happened to her sister and if the same thing was going to happen to her. Chris told investigators he doesn't remember if he said nothing or if he told Bella yes. He then put the Yankee blanket over Bella's head and smothered her in the same way he had Celeste. There are signs that Bella fought back during her murder. Her autopsy showed that she had bitten down on her tongue while she was being smothered. This is consistent with Chris' new story that Bella's head was twisting under the blanket as he smothered and strangled her. Chris said Bella screamed out, "Daddy, no," and Chris says it was the last words she ever spoke. When Bella was gone, Chris took her to the oil tank next to the one Celeste was in, and again he opened the hatch and tried to shove Bella inside. He recalled Bella was harder to get in, and he had to manipulate her small, lifeless limbs in order to get her into the tight opening. Chris claims that he just doesn't know why he chose to put his daughter's bodies in two separate tanks, but he told investigators he was certain they were both already dead when he submerged them in the oil. And I don't know if you've ever been around crude oil, but I can tell you it is ugly, and it reeks, and it is thick and dirty and corrosive. It is just nasty, horrible substance. And he took those two precious little girls and put them in that horrible, corrosive muck. Now he's got his wife's body just lying on top of the ground, wrapped in this bedsheet. He said he used a rake to clear away weeds and dug a shallow hole in the earth with a shovel and lowered his wife's body into it. And as he did, he looked at her face and he noticed her eyes were bloodshot. Those blood vessels burst. It's called petechia. He buried Shanann still wrapped in the sheet from their marriage bed, the sheet that he had made love to her on just hours before. So with that, he turned his work site into a burial ground, the work site that he told someone the day before, don't show up tomorrow. The same man that said he snapped, didn't know this was going to happen, he just snapped, but the day before he told his coworker, don't show up. I'll handle everything, don't show up. He then returned to his work truck where he had a change of clothes. He disposed of what he was wearing when he committed the murders, as well as the Yankee blanket that he had used to smother Cece and Bella. He cleverly threw the items into a construction dumpster. We know what happens next. He went to work. He carried on as if it were just another Monday, feigning surprise when he found out his family was missing. During this latest confession, Chris maintained he had no plan in place about what he was going to do about his now missing family. He said he had no idea how he was able to act so normal at work. Now, again, Chris claims the murders were not planned, and of course that assertion does hold water in one sense, in that it certainly was not a mastermind plan. It was sloppy. It was not well thought out because it folded with the least bit of scrutiny. I mean, he was caught so easily because he just simply didn't have a plan, because narcissists just believe that they're so entitled, that they're so special, that they're so unique that everybody will just believe what they say. So they don't need to think ahead. I'll just tell them what happened. I don't know what happened, that they just went on a play date and I haven't seen them since, and I'm so special that people are just going to believe me. I'm entitled to be believed. When we talk about this concept of the family annihilator, we know that while their actions may seem impulsive and sometimes are in reaction to some trigger, when you start unpacking it all and you start looking at what led up to the violent act, it just doesn't ever come out of the blue. I mean, nobody's having a great month, a great year financially, a great run of life and just decide to annihilate their family. In Chris's case, he did have a month of practically living with his mistress while his wife was in North Carolina with his children. His marriage problems had planted that seed in his head of possibly wanting a fresh start. This family murder wasn't out of the blue. This wasn't a snap. This wasn't a blind rage that happened because she said you're not going to see your children again. Where this did differ from many other cases of family annihilators was that, unlike family murderers, as I said, Chris didn't commit suicide. And part of his explanation for that was that he doesn't own any weapons. And even though he had thought about using gas to blow himself up, that he ultimately chose not to do so because he didn't want to injure anyone else who might be in the area. See, again, he's got to figure a moral high ground for himself. At first, I killed her because she killed my children. So, see, I'm really the good guy. I came in and exacted revenge on this black widow woman here that killed her own children. And then I didn't kill myself because I didn't want to hurt anybody else. See, I'm always thinking of others. I'm special. The family murderer is all of a sudden worried about the safety of others. He's worried about strangers. He's not worried about his wife, his unborn son, his 2 daughters, but he's worried about the guy down on the corner. It's far more likely that the reason that Chris did not end his own life was because by killing his family, he thought he was hitting the reset button, starting a new life, and that everybody would believe him because he's so special. It's far more likely. With Chris having brought detectives up to speed on what he claims actually happened that day, there were still things that just didn't add up that Chris went on to address. For example, Chris admitted to planting bits of evidence for police and others to discover at his family home after the murders. He wedged his wife's cell phone and Apple Watch into the couch cushions. He also deliberately put Shanann's wedding ring on the counter so it would gel with his bogus story to police that she did not have any interest in trying to fix their failing marriage. All this while he snapped, I suppose. As to why Chris agreed to that infamous media interview on his front porch following the murders, Chris said he felt like he didn't have a choice. and that as the story spread, he was being hounded by the press, and he felt like he had to make a statement. About this, he was probably right. After talking to the media, Chris said he just ended up lying more and more. Of course, during his new confession, Chris's mistress, Nicole, comes up. After all, she was considered a main factor in his motivation, and he confirmed what investigators and we all were thinking. Chris claimed that from the start, Nicole was fully aware that he was married. He says he never told her he was separated from Shanann. He says that when he first took out his phone to show Nicole pictures of his kids, that she saw a picture of Shanann on his home screen. He says she lied to authorities in order to save face and to create an image that would ensure that the public rallied around her, not against her. Chris also says that she was the one who pursued him, of course, which he enjoyed. It flattered him and built him up. Remember all those mushy cards Chris would write to his mistress? Well, he told investigators that he felt like it was true. He felt like he loved her. He told them he felt like he could be himself with his mistress more than he could with his wife. She valued his opinions. She wanted to have sex all the time. He had blinders on. He didn't stop to think about how he was betraying his family. It's interesting to piece together what these two actually knew about each other. So Chris now claimed that Nicole knew she was the other woman, and at times she would get upset about having to play second fiddle, like when Chris would have to rush home to his family. And remember those internet searches she did about marrying your mistress? Chris claims he knew about those searches. While he says he never told her his wife was pregnant, he wasn't sure if she had looked at his or his wife's Facebook profile and seen for herself. Look, we can't definitely say if this mistress did or did not know about Chris still being very much married and expecting. Chris lies like a rug, so just because he's claiming to be completely truthful and candid now does not mean he is. Of course, for the mistress, it looks better to say that. It looks better to say she had no idea he was married, and for Chris, it looks better to say that she did. Still, between her Google search history and social media, pretty hard to believe that she was kept completely in the dark. However, Chris made it abundantly clear to both police during the investigation and the FBI and CBI afterwards that his mistress had no part in plotting or physically carrying out the murder of his family. He does say he acted alone. He claimed multiple times to have remorse for his sins. He says he hears the voice of his daughter Bella screaming, "Daddy, no." He says he hears it in his head every day. He says he thinks every day what he would be doing with his kids. He said if he hadn't done what he had done, right now he would have a 5-year-old, a 3-year-old, and a 1-month-old son, and a beautiful wife. Like I say, it's all about him. So now it's about poor Chris. I'm all alone. Throughout the course of the interview with investigators, there was a lot of talk about finding God, and Chris talks about reading Scripture daily now. But you have to wonder if that's just another way he uses to comfort himself and to connect with and ultimately manipulate others. I've met a lot of jailhouse Christians. It's a very quick transformation to be in prison for just a few months, and all of a sudden you've atoned and become deeply religious. I had former FBI criminal profiler Candace DeLong as a guest on my show where we discussed the Watts case and his personality, and we agree that Chris also exhibits clear signs of being a psychopath. That means the lack of capacity to feel guilt or remorse. He said he didn't know how he was able to do the following things: kill his wife, kill his children, conceal the bodies, go to work, talk to his mistress, lie to the media. The real reason he might have had the capability to do such monstrous things is due to this antisocial personality. He just didn't care. It just didn't matter. He said the reason he gave this new confession was to help Shanann's family get closure. There was no closure for them. I've talked to them and they said there is no closure here because there's no justice here. When they spoke to me, the audio of Chris's confession had not yet been released, but they had been made aware of everything he said. But even knowing the truth, they were at a complete loss in trying to find meaning and moving forward.
I'm still on a mission for my daughter and my grandchildren because they wanted to live. They had the right to live, and they had beautiful lives. They loved each other. They loved their family. They loved everybody that was around them, but yet still they were pulling knives out of their back at the end of the day. Do you understand?
Well, I understand.
Okay, so yeah.
And
But Mama's here. I'm right here.
Yeah.
And I'm going to stand up for them, Dr. Phil, if you'll allow me and you help me.
I have a very big platform, and you're on it right now, and I hope you'll stay on it.
Absolutely.
As we look here at these beautiful, beautiful images, I want these beautiful images to be burned into the minds and hearts of America. Chris was a guy who had the world fooled, but no one was more fooled or betrayed than Shanann and her children. They loved Chris. Shanann said he was the one for me. In a video posted to social media before her death, she said, "And he is amazing, and I can't tell you how wonderful he is." What wishful thinking. Still to come, what is Chris' life like now in prison? His bizarre new claims that he sees and speaks to his dead family. And is there a new woman he is fooling as he communicates with her from behind bars? Chris has given a full confession, but there are still even more unbelievable revelations to come. That's what's next on the final chapter of The Devil Beside Me, the Chris Watts story. Husband, father, killer. I'm Dr. Phil. It's been more than a year since Chris Watts pleaded guilty to the horrific murder of his pregnant wife, Shanann, their unborn child, and their 2 small daughters. No one was more shocked than Shanann's parents at how quickly the man they had always seen as a handsome and loving husband, a hero dad, morphed into a monster. It was as if he transformed overnight before their very eyes, revealing a hidden, secret man, a man capable of annihilating his entire family in cold blood. Now, instead of birthday parties, baby showers, and ballet, Chris Watts spent his days in almost total isolation. He is alone for 23 out of 24 hours each day, locked in a concrete cell inside a prison that used to serve as a psychiatric hospital. Those concrete walls have seen other men, evil men just like him. This facility has housed some of America's most notorious and sick criminals, like serial killer Ed Gein and Chris Coleman, a man who killed his wife and 2 sons. Chris is now officially just like those men, one of America's most sadistic, violent, and notorious killers. Yet somehow Chris still has people who are seeing the best in him. Who are the mystery women who claim they are visiting him behind bars, and why do they believe that he is a good man? One says she believes he was taken over by an evil spirit. The other says his mistress was the one calling the shots, and she is the one to blame. Will Chris be the latest handsome killer like Scott Peterson and the Menendez brothers before him to find love behind bars? But despite visits from female supporters, sources who remain close to the killer dad say Chris has been living in a hell of his own making. He has been revealing his delusional mindset as well as disturbing new details about his crimes. He's been telling this to an author who became his prison pen pal. He says he still thinks of himself as a husband and a father, and has told her his children visit him, speak to him, and dance for him from beyond the grave. He's also revealed disturbing new details about this, like the fact that he planned this murder. It was premeditated, and that he tried to kill his children at home, but failed before driving them to the oil site where he later took their lives. All this and more is coming up on the final episode of The Devil Beside Me, the Chris Watts story. Husband, father, killer. Chris Watts was sentenced to multiple life sentences last November. His fate was sealed. He will spend the rest of his time on this earth in prison. He will never take another free breath. He's serving his sentence at Dodge Correctional Facility, a maximum security prison in Wisconsin. It was only after he was locked away that he gave his real confession to Colorado and federal investigators, revealing the horrifying details about how he brutally strangled his wife, Shanann, followed by his 2 little girls, one of whom begged him, "Daddy, don't do to me what you did to Cece." But despite admitting he murdered his children, now behind bars, Chris is making bizarre statements. In a letter to his mother, Cindy, Chris writes, "I'm still a dad. I'm still a son, no matter what. Now I can add servant of God to that mix. He has shown me peace, love, and forgiveness. And that's how I live every day." So I guess we have another jailhouse Christian on our hands. Didn't take him long to get religion. In other letters, he expresses how sad he is that he can't be with the family to celebrate holidays and birthdays. Now, far be it from me to say for sure if a man has found God or not, but it sure is convenient to say you're good with God when you're stuck in a 6 by 8 foot cell. How else can you get sympathy? How else can you get people to find compassion towards you once you've been convicted of killing your own children? The best way I know, the tried and proven way, is to say you've confessed your sins to God, Christ died for your sins, and you've called that marker in. You've found God. You're a new man. You're born again. That vicious, evil killer is gone. You're washed in the blood. How can anybody judge this born-again Christian? And sympathy is something that this guy gets, believe it or not, by way of visitors and letters by the bundle. You know, there's something psychological where people find that they feel as though they stand on the moral high ground when they forgive those that have done the most heinous things. It's almost as though they have risen to the pinnacle when they can forgive the most unforgivable. It edifies them, because only those that walk close to God, only those that have truly found the path, could possibly forgive the unforgivable. Is that what motivates people to look past these heinous crimes, these vicious and evil murders? In the sea of people that openly despise Chris for what he has done, he has also gained a legion of loyal followers. We know at least 2 women who are claiming they visit him in prison. Neither of their real names are being revealed to the public. They're being called Anna and Kate in order to protect their identities, and I suspect their identities need protecting. Because unlike the forgiveness they seem to afford to Chris, I suspect judgment would be their just desert. Both women say they wrote to Chris, and their letters soon turned to visits. Both women say they believe he is truly remorseful for what he has done. Is it really that simple? You kill your wife, your unborn child, your 2 precious daughters, but you're sorry. You really feel bad about it. So, second chance? In a documentary on Hulu, Anna revealed that she has visited Chris multiple times. She reports that Chris has said that he feels like there was an evil spirit that took him over, that he felt like somebody, not him, was physically taking his hand and making him strangle his wife and children. Well, isn't that handy? It wasn't me. I was possessed. The devil made me do it. Remember, at first he was saying, I did it because I was enraged that she had killed my children. Now he says, well, no, I did it, but it wasn't really me. It was the devil working through me. Kate has also been to see him, and she says that she's spoken to Chris 7 or 8 times since he's been incarcerated, and that when Chris talks to her about Shanann, he talks about how great she was and how much he loved her, how much he adored her and the children. You know, when you're dealing with a narcissist, it goes without saying that they feed off of attention. They need it. It's their currency. So when Chris is talking to these women, chances are he's really trying to pull at their heartstrings because he wants their approval. He wants their acceptance. And he's trying to read what it is he needs to say, what it is he needs to do to keep them coming back. Anyone could figure out that he's got to be sorry. He's got to come up with some explanation other than, look, I'm just a jerk. I'm a selfish jerk that wanted to be with somebody else. And rather than go through divorce and pay all kinds of money and have to do child support and continue to take care of and be with my children, I will just wipe them off the face of the earth. That wouldn't be very seductive, so he has to come up with some other story. Now let's keep in mind that these are only 2 examples of women who admit to visiting and corresponding with Chris. Some would say he's a good-looking man, and some would say he certainly thinks he is. When the FBI came to speak to him, he told them that he had seen women smiling at him and noticing him long before he ever cheated on his wife. There are more women out there who find Chris attractive, who think he could be their knight in shining armor. And they write to him. According to the district attorney who prosecuted Chris, love letters have been rolling in for him ever since he was first jailed and awaiting his first court date. Here are just some of the sentiments women have written to a man they are fully aware is guilty of familicide. From a 39-year-old woman in Colorado, she wrote, and I quote, "I want to get to know you so bad, it's not even funny. Literally, you are on my mind almost every single day since you were in the news." In another letter, this woman wrote that she would be, quote, "the happiest girl alive" if he wrote her back, signing her letter with the hashtags Team Chris, Chris is innocent, love him, and so cute. Another woman from Australia shared, "You honestly have one of the kindest faces I've ever seen. I don't even know you, yet I don't want you to feel alone." If you can stomach one more, in this one, a love-struck woman named Tatiana penned, "I found myself thinking a lot about you." And with this letter, the woman included a photo of herself clad in a skimpy bikini. Other women shared similar emotions for this killer, a killer they had never met, saying things like, "I feel a deep connection to you. I hope to brighten your days." They draw hearts, flowers, and sign their letters with X's and O's like a girl in junior high might do when passing a note to a boy in class. So a man who has admitted to killing his entire family in cold blood and discarding their bodies in an oil field, who will now spend the remainder of his life in prison, has women lining up to be his next girlfriend, like he's some kind of matinee idol. So how is this possible? Well, in my 45 years of working in human nature and dealing with relationships, I've gained a lot of insight on men, women, and how they connect with one another. And I've talked about the signs of toxic love and the different types of men and women that should really stay away from each other. And I've also talked to women who are addicted to finding love behind bars. Now, you can look at other killers like Ted Bundy, the Menendez brothers, Charles Manson. There were women who were only too eager to wed these men who were locked away from society. So why? What would motivate that kind of person? Well, there are several things. One is the idea of getting famous. On Dr. Phil, I interviewed Lynn Hartman, a woman who was engaged to Stephen Avery, the man who claimed to be wrongly convicted of murder and was the subject of the documentary hit Making a Murderer. Even during my interview with her, she admitted to wanting to be part of his story. It was attractive to her, and Stephen managed to get involved with other women from behind bars as well. The couple ended their engagement soon after her interview with me. So there are some women who focus on how these men have become famous, so much so that they lose focus on the fact that they aren't famous, that they're actually infamous. As strange as it may sound, some of these women want to hitch themselves to this particular brand of fame. It's like they're attracted to the bad boy image. And some of these women believe they can see beyond the criminal behavior. They believe they are the criminal whisperers. These women believe that they are seeing goodness in these killers that other people can't perceive, which they believe makes them especially empathetic. When Scott Peterson was sent to prison for murdering his wife Lacey and their unborn child Connor, he received boatloads of marriage proposals in the mail. And think about the women who spoke out about visiting Chris. They believe when he says an evil force took over his body when he killed his family, that it wasn't really him, that there was an invasion of the body snatchers. They believe that at his core, he's still a good person. It wasn't him that did it. It was something that possessed him. He was actually a victim. Something took him over and took his family away from him. Poor Chris. And then there's the fantasy. Okay, so it might sound twisted to you and me, but there's a fantasy element involved here. The law is keeping you from truly being together. And this alone can heighten emotions. And in the minds of these women, it ups the romantic factor because of the taboo. You want what you can't have. If a guy is sitting in a prison cell, it makes sense that he would send a woman copious amounts of poems, letters, drawings, all professing his love. What the hell else is he doing in there? He's got plenty of time on his hands. The relationship depends on written communications and visits. These women can project a Romeo-type persona on a hardened criminal, especially if a man is serving a life sentence. There is no chance of that fantasy bubble ever being tested in the real world. Then there's the element of control. This concept ties into the idea of fantasy. If your man is behind bars, who's in control? You are in control. They are depending on you for love, you for communication, you for visits. You are in a power position. Studies have shown this can sometimes be enticing, particularly for a battered woman, women who have suffered child abuse, or women who are scared and or are distrustful of men when it comes to real-world relationships. Being in a relationship with a man behind bars is a way of protecting themselves. There's a literal barrier keeping the relationship from becoming too real, and therefore they're protected from being potentially threatened or hurt. Low self-esteem plays a role here. In some cases, these women might not feel they deserve better, so they go for these very specific and limited types of relationships because they don't think they can get what they want with a man who is actually free, who would have a choice, who could come and go, stay or leave. They need a captive audience. They need someone that is so desperate for female attention, so desperate for that visit, that they will wait. And they cannot leave because they cannot leave. And there's always this savior complex. It might be subconscious, but some of these women think they can rescue this man. He's lost his way, he's made mistakes, and they feel a sense of satisfaction by being able to be the caretaker of his soul, the caretaker of his happiness. They write to him, they lift him up, they talk to them on the phone or visit them. They send them money to use in prison. They feel like they're nurturing these men back to some semblance of sanity and health. And they don't have a lot of competition here because they're not in the free world where they can interact with a whole lot of other people. And then there's hybristophilia. Now, this is rare, but a true phenomenon where women are turned on by the idea that a man has committed a crime. So now we get a sense of what motivates some of these women tripping over themselves to date these guys. And if you roll all of this up into a ball, to me it boils down that these women feel safe. They don't have to perform in a fully functioning give and take relationship. They don't have to interact on a daily basis. They don't have to meet certain demands. They're in control. They can turn it on. They can turn it off. The expectations are very low. All they got to do is show up. They just don't feel adequate to deal with somebody that's on equal footing. And they love the attention-getting aspect of dealing with someone that's been in the news. Someone that has a shock factor when they tell their friends, I'm involved with this murderer, with this family annihilator. I'm walking on the edge of danger. So now we get the sense of what motivates some of these women tripping over themselves to date these guys. And Chris will probably go on to receive letters like this for the rest of his life. But there's one woman Chris began corresponding with that was very different from the rest. Different because of things he divulged to her. Her name is Cheryl Lynn Cadle, and she is not a woman in her 20s or 30s sending sexy bathing suit photos. She is a 65-year-old grandmother living in Illinois. She usually writes articles for publications like Reader's Digest and her local newspaper. Now, out of the piles of mail he received, one of the people he chose to respond to was Cheryl Lynn. Cheryl Lynn told him she just wanted to give him a chance to address any remaining unanswered questions about the case. They struck up a regular correspondence, just writing back and forth, old-fashioned snail mail. So what drove Cheryl Lynn to write to Chris? She says that as a mother and as a grandmother that she felt compelled to speak to him because she thought there had to be more to the story, that the pieces were still just not fitting together. Cheryl Lynn says she was surprised when Chris began answering her, and they became prison pen pals. It was only after her in-prison meeting with Chris that he gave her permission to use their letters in a book she wrote called Letters from Christopher, The Tragic Confessions of the Watts Family Murders. And the new story Chris told is enough to make your hair stand on end. In a letter Chris wrote to Cheryl Lynn last April, he strongly contradicts what he told investigators during their interview a year prior. During his initial police interrogation, he accused Shanann of killing their daughters, claiming she smothered them in a rage over his request for a divorce, and he killed her in retaliation. Then, when the FBI questioned him in prison, he changed the story again, this time saying he spontaneously strangled his wife after exploding in a rage, and then was forced to kill his daughters after they witnessed the act. Two different stories, but the common theme in both was that this all happened unexpectedly and was due to a moment of rage and was unplanned. But there's a second theme that's buried within these two seemingly unrelated accounts, and that is that in both, Chris is sort of a hero. That's the narcissistic undertone. See, in the first, he was exacting revenge on behalf of his daughters. And in the second, he was such a prize, he was such a wonderful husband and man, that the thought of divorce pushed her over the edge. She just couldn't take the idea of life without him, and she flew into a rage and killed her children. Once again, he's the hero here. He's so great, he's so sought after, that even the idea of divorce threw her into a homicidal rage. She couldn't fathom losing him. Hooray for him. You will find that theme is interwoven in everything he talks about. But now in these letters to Cheryl Lynn, he's telling yet a third story and claiming that the murder of his family was in fact premeditated. He says this regarding the night before the murders. August 12th, I finished putting the girls to bed. I walked away and said, that's the last time I'm going to be tucking my babies in. I knew what was going to happen the day before, and I did nothing to stop it. I was numb to the entire world. So here he is admitting that this was a plan, as if the thought of him killing his pregnant wife and children wasn't horrifying enough. He now puts it out there that he had been thinking about it. He knew he was going to do this. He says when he tucked them in, he knew he would never do that again. Why? Because he knew he was going to kill them. It wasn't because of what they saw. He planned to kill them before they saw anything. So how long had he been thinking about doing this? A month? A year? Since Shanann became pregnant with their third child, Nicole? Well, he doesn't say, but it's not unlikely that when his wife and children were staying with his in-laws, is when he might have started to make the move from fantasizing about killing his family to actually starting to put his demonic plan into motion. It makes you wonder, if this man was thinking about doing this for months before the murders, he also had the capacity and the time to decide not to do it. Instead, as he says, even at a children's party with his kids, while he was singing Happy Birthday, he knew in the back of his mind that he was going to end their lives. Whenever he talks to people now about what he did, he seems very tethered to this idea that he was, quote, out of control and numb. Most likely because in some small way it makes him seem slightly less evil. However, with this new admission, all that goes out the window. When he describes the murders, he continues to totally alter the accounts he's given previously. He has now revealed he tried to kill his daughters first and then killed his pregnant wife, Shanann. And he tried to commit all the murders inside his house. He says it was never his plan to take the girls alive to the oil site. Chris says he actually attempted to kill both daughters that morning while Shanann slept in the bedroom. He says he slipped into their rooms and took a pillow and smothered Bella first, then Cece. He then says he went back to bed with Shanann. They had their argument and he killed her. He horrifyingly details that he was actually angry to discover that he hadn't succeeded in murdering his girls, saying that he was, quote, so mad they were still alive. He wrote the children looked bruised and like they had been through trauma. If an evil force really took him over, like his new alleged prison girlfriends believe, you would think he would be relieved that when he went back into his children's room and discovered that his little girls weren't dead, he would be happy. Instead, he was livid. He had not checked their murder off his to-do list. Chris also changed his story about how he killed his wife. He now claims to have given Shanann the painkiller oxycodone before strangling her. He initially told the FBI investigators he didn't know why she didn't fight back, while his hands were clasped around her neck, literally choking the life out of her. Now he says she couldn't fight back because she was incapacitated. He also said he had secretly given her the drug in the past, hoping it would make her miscarry. He said, I thought it would be easier to be with Nicole if Shanann wasn't pregnant. So now the story is not only that he strangled her, but he possibly drugged her before he did it. It's as cowardly as it is horrifying. Pregnant, emotional, and maybe even slipped painkillers. Then overtaken by her husband. In a chilling, neat handwriting, he explains in graphic, sickening detail what those final moments were truly like for Shanann. Here's what he said. Isn't it weird how I look back and what I remember so much is her face getting all black with streaks of mascara. All the weeks of me thinking about killing her, and now I was faced with it. When she started to get drowsy, I somehow knew how to squeeze the jugular veins until it cut off the blood flow to her brain, and she passed out. I knew if I took my hands off of her, she would still keep me from Nikki. They asked me why she couldn't fight back. It's because she couldn't fight back. Her eyes filled with blood as she looked at me and she died. I knew she was gone when she relieved herself. Now, this circles back to his motive. He wanted to be with Nicole. He had fallen out of love with his wife, if he had ever been in love with her. He had financial pressures, and it was about to get worse because he had another child on the way. But if Chris is now being honest, the straw that broke the camel's back was, in fact, the other woman, Nicole. He wanted to be with Nicole. Now, in previous police interviews, both of them stated that their affair was not the sole reason for him wiping out his entire family, and yet he's now saying it was his main reason. While he's killing his wife and children, he's thinking about Nicole. His goal is to be with her. He really felt like she was his soulmate, and that getting to be with her in the end justified the means. After trying to kill his daughters and failing, Chris loaded his deceased wife's body into the truck with his daughters, drove them to the remote oil site, and then murdered his children. When Chris talks about disposing of his family's bodies on that site, he talks about how he dumped his wife's body on the ground as he went to kill his children. He says he heard a splash when he put little Celeste's body in that oil tank. In his letter, he says, quote, "Had to put the girls in the tanks so they wouldn't get up a second time." When it came to the task of burying his wife, he says, "When I dug the hole, it seemed a lot deeper than it was. As I pulled on the sheet, she rolled out and into the hole. I think she had given birth. She landed face down. I remember being so angry with her that I was not going to change how she landed." For someone who talks about feeling remorse now for what he's done, he sure sounds callous and heartless about literally throwing away the people he was supposed to treasure the most. Now, I also want to point out two things here. You notice when he's talking about when he knew she was dead, he says, and I quote, "I knew she was gone when she relieved herself." You know, this is just another attempt to demean her in death. What other possible reason would he have for offering up that detail? And then, when he talks about going to the gravesite, he talks about rolling her into the grave and she winds up face down. So you get this image of her being face down in the dirt. Again, unbecoming, demeaning description. He just can't pass up the chance to be superior. For someone who talks about remorse now for what he's done, he sounds so callous and heartless about literally throwing away the people he was supposed to treasure the most. It's this type of language he uses that supports this idea that he is a sociopath. This is a man who was a wolf in sheep's clothing for more than 30 years of his life until he revealed his true colors when the opportunity presented itself. So how did he really feel after committing these crimes? Remember when he most recently spoke with the FBI, he said he considered killing himself after his family was dead? In fact, that is what many family annihilators do. Kill their families, then themselves. So many times it's a murder-suicide. Of course, Chris gave the investigators a very flimsy excuse as to why he did not ultimately take his life, saying he had gasoline with him, but didn't want to use it to kill himself somehow up at the oil site in case it endangered anyone else. He said he didn't have any other weapons on him, so, well, he just couldn't kill himself. Yeah, right. Now he admits that that wasn't true. He knew all along he wasn't going to kill himself. He killed them so he could have a blank slate and go build a new life for himself. In fact, he says, all I could feel was now I was free to be with Nikki. Feelings for my love for her was overcoming me. I felt no remorse. So is this finally the true story? Well, you never know with Chris. Even this new confession to this author, he gives conflicting statements and continues to raise even further suspicion. For example, when it comes to the oxycodone, in one letter he claims he gave it to Shanann only once while they were in North Carolina, hoping it would make her miscarry. In another, he says he gave it to her before her death. It's also interesting to note that when it comes to how he got the painkillers, he didn't have a prescription. He says that he's taking that information to the grave. He refuses to reveal who gave it to him. Of course, this has caused wild theories among armchair detectives. Where did he get the drugs? And did the person or persons he allegedly got these pills from know how he was intending to use them? Immediately, there was online speculation that his mistress, Nikki, was the one who supplied him with these pills. This is what people alleged. No proof, just allegations. People speculated, why else would he refuse to name his source? As we know, Nikki has vanished. Allegedly, she's moved, changed her name, and adopted an entirely different life. And to this day, Chris still says that he believes she was his soulmate. She was the one he wanted to bear his son. He also seems to at least somewhat blame her for being his motive. He writes that, quote, "If I had not met Nikki, I would never have murdered my family." Does that make it her fault? Well, no. But it sure keeps her in the picture. While there's evidence that supports that Nicole may have known she was having an affair with a married man, there's no evidence that supports she was involved in the murder of Shanann and the girls in any way whatsoever. It's interesting to note how he seems to view her as this siren that mesmerized him and rendered him powerless to fight his desire, because he is now pinning his motive completely on their affair. And it's yet another example of him being self-serving. If not for this woman who seduced him, he seems to say, he would have stayed with his wife. He would have stayed with his family. Well, there are plenty of people who cheat on their spouses or leave them for other people, and they don't kill their family. But again, the devil made me do it. First it was I did it to avenge my children. Then it's the devil made me do it. Now, if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have done it. It's never about him. Cheryl Lynn's book came out in October, and it's not clear if she remains in touch with Chris. She claims she pursued this because she wanted to help Shanann's family. They disagree. They are disgusted. If there is one thing about this case we know for sure, it's the sickening details just keep on coming. And I'm sure Chris will continue his attention-seeking behavior from behind bars. So the story will continue, but for those who love this family, they are left with this. A pregnant woman, her unborn child, and her little girls are dead. Shanann's family is left in pain. Chris's family is left in pain. It's a void that cannot be filled. When I sat down and talked with Shanann's parents, Sandy and Frank, they made it known that one of the things they would do moving forward in an effort to heal themselves would be to provide comfort to others in pain. Sandy said, "I want to be on a mission to hug every mom that's missed a child." They've requested for charitable donations to be made to organizations such as the Center for Missing and Endangered Children, as well as the Lupus Foundation of America, a cause that is close to their hearts because Shanann suffered from lupus. The Rootsacks filed a wrongful death suit against Chris, which he hasn't contested. But Chris being in prison for life for his crimes does not bring back their daughter or their grandchildren. The Watts family is, of course, also grieving. Chris's mother, Cindy, had this to say in November of 2018 about her son.
I wake up every morning just crying, thinking this is not going to be what's going to happen every single day. It's just so hard to get through it. I just don't know how to get through it.
Of course, Chris still communicates with his parents from prison, talking about his religion, how he misses his wife and children. And this is their son. They have to contend with what he's done, how he killed their grandchildren, along with their firm belief that their son isn't the monster everyone says he is, despite his actions. And you have to understand, while you don't think of his parents as people deserving of compassion, they didn't do anything wrong. When you get to be Chris's age, he makes his own decisions. He owns his own decisions. Just imagine sitting home and getting a call that one of your children has done something so horrific. They absolutely have to be devastated. They have to struggle with feelings of self-blame. What did I miss? Why didn't I see this? How did I raise someone capable of doing this? But the reality is, the more psychopathic someone is, the more adept they are at hiding it. And of course, the more he is vilified, the more he is criticized, the more their parental instincts to protect come out. They can love him and not love what he did. But this case's emotional impact goes way beyond the families. Some first responders and detectives who covered the bodies of Shanann and the girls have suffered from PTSD. These are people trained to deal with horrific crimes and the people who commit them. But this is a case that deeply affected them in a way others haven't. There will no doubt be more news to come regarding this case. Will Chris marry again? I can see that happening. Will more details come to light? I have no doubt. Ultimately, this is one of the darkest cases I've ever covered. In my opinion, Chris Watts is a monster, killer, adulterer, a man guilty of the 7 deadly sins. This is a story stranger than fiction. But what we can't forget is that at the heart of this case, there was a young, expectant mother and her precious little girls. These were real people who had so much more life to live and dreams to be realized. They are the ones whose voices we need to hear and to remember. They were silenced by Chris, and it is our charge to speak for them. It's our job to remember them. Mark your calendar. Remind yourself. And this Christmas, light a candle for little Nico, Sissy, and Bella. You've been listening to The Devil Beside Me. I'm Dr. Phil.